Good morning, family. This morning, as we prepare our minds, bodies, and beings for receiving A Course in Miracles Lesson 76, I am under no laws but God's. Our representation of God this morning, as Dr. G. Lee is leading our meditation.
All right, so welcome, family, to the call. Let's just settle ourselves into this present moment by closing our eyes and taking 3 deep conscious breaths. Just allowing your focus to center on the center of your chest and allowing your breath to enter and exit that area with each inhale and each exhale. Knowing that that heart chakra, that heart energy center is being activated with each breath. Allowing that energy to expand with each breath. Expanding beyond your body on all sides, in front of you, to the side of you, to the back of you, to the top of you, to the bottom of you, until you're enclosed by this energy from your heart, like a big bubble. And as we breathe into this heart center energy, we allow ourselves to focus on all that we appreciate, all that we are thankful for. And as you're going through your list of appreciation, I would like for you to add the appreciation for your life thus far. Because every event brought you to this moment. And as you're going through your list of appreciation, I would like for you to add the appreciation for your higher self, knowing that He is guiding you constantly, and your Holy Spirit, that she is whispering in your left ear constantly. If you're still enough to listen. Finally, take your left hand and put it to the center of your chest. And then take your right hand and put it over your left. And show appreciation for yourself and the appreciation for your mandate to be the best possible you on this earth plane, to demonstrate God on the earth plane, and your willingness to do so. And as we gently bring our awareness back to the room, slowly open your eyes and be present.
Our Course in Miracles lesson this morning is lesson 76. I am under no laws but God's. Thank you for the meditation, Dr. Jiwa. Hearing me okay?
Yep, I hear you fine.
All right. Lesson 76. I am under no laws but God's. Tell it to yourself. I am under no laws but God's. We have observed before how many senseless things have seemed to you to be salvation. In 2020 and 2021, there are many things that they told us would be salvation, senseless things that they told us would be our salvation. And they told us that we were having a particular global experience, and they told us what would be the salvation from that global experience. And it is a glorious experience of a revelation. Each has imprisoned you with laws as senseless as itself. You are not bound by them. Yet, to understand that this is so, you must first realize salvation lies not there. What the Course is helping us to understand is that over the last few days, we have been willing the light, and we have been seeing the light, and we have been the light. And it also helped us to understand that if we let go of all our grievances by the power of forgiveness, that would cause us to be able to see the light. It also told us that the ego has a central doctrine, seek but do not find, and that it assigns one role to the mind in this doctrine. And the role that's assigned to the mind is to determine who or what outside oneself must change, but never itself. That is the role assigned to the mind. Determine who and what must change for our salvation, for my happiness, other than itself, other than my mind. Anything will do other than my own mind. Therefore, we were in the ego's plan for salvation, which is diametrically opposed to God's plan, and is actually an attack on God's plan. In that plan, we will seek but not find, and we will never be happy. In God's plan for salvation, which is certain and sure, it cannot fail, and you cannot fail in it. You are already happy. You're happy right now in God's plan. You need nothing. You need no one. Nothing has to change. No one has to change. No circumstance has to change. No event has to change. Be happy now. You're happy now. You're happy now. Happiness is inside you, and the kingdom of heaven is the source of that happiness within. Hallelujah. That is the difference between the God plan and the ego plan. While you would seek, so the ego plan is always going to have you seek for something outside yourself, a pill, a jab, a piece of fabric over your mouth and nose, a plastic shield up against your face, bars, locks, multiple locks on doors like we used to have in New York when I was in the United States, alarm systems. A big ADT on one of our houses. We had a big ADT sign in the front. Super security on all the cars. I look at all the money and time and energy, mental focus I spent on, and the emotional backing of fear that I spent on security. It's quite fascinating. While you would seek for it in things that have no meaning, you bind yourself to laws that make no sense. Thus, do you seek to prove salvation is where it is not? We seek to prove salvation is in a pill. It is not. We seek to prove salvation is in a jab. It is not. We seek to prove salvation is in a piece of cloth over your face. It is not. We seek to prove salvation is in anything outside of self. Please understand, inherently, there's nothing wrong with any of these things. I'm not a masker or an anti-masker. I'm not a this or a that. It doesn't matter. It's all neutral. We learned that in the early lessons of the course. Everything I see in this world is neutral. I have invested it with all the power that it has. If I think this pill sitting on this table has some power, because I have invested it, I have endowed it with magical properties that it does not possess inherently, then of course it's going to do the thing that I think it's going to do, because my mind is sovereign. Yet, though it would be a absolute demonstration of the law of cause and effect, it would not be rooted in truth. It would absolutely be a demonstration of the law of cause and effect. You take a pill, you feel better. You have a headache, you reach for a Tylenol. An Advil, you have some cramps, you get your Advil. Oh, this is just going to do so much for me. You have hypnotized yourself to the idea that a pill is going to do something that it has no power to do, no power whatsoever. And we can tell by the random nature of it. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And it works to varying degrees. And for some people, it doesn't work at all. And others, it seems to do the job magnificently. Today, we will be glad you cannot prove it. Today, we will be glad that I cannot prove that salvation is where it's not. I'm so glad that today I get called on the carpet and look at myself and look at all the things that I think outside of me have some saving quality other than my mind. Source as my mind. All is mind. The universe is mental. My mind is doing all of this. And since my mind is also making up the problem, thank God, Source put the solution where the problem is, in my mind. For if you could prove that salvation is outside yourself, you would forever seek salvation where it is not, and never find it. That would be a fruitless, meaningless, endless, exhausting search and still never find it. That's what I used to do. That is what a vast number of humans of this planet are doing, seeking for it where it's not. Sex, get a new boo, get some pills, get some jabs, get some locks, get some this, get some that. Oh, this is going to do it. Get a new, brand new house. Oh, we're going to be so happy. Our family's going to be so happy in this brand new house. Nothing wrong with any of them. Have them all. I have a brand new house. Have them all. There's no salvation in this house. It's lovely. It's beautiful. There's no salvation in it. It can't save me from anything. It's just a wonderful place where I can sit down and meditate and go within and know where my salvation is. The idea for today tells you once again how simple is salvation. It is so simple, beloved. It is so simple. Look for it where it waits for you, and there it will be found. Look nowhere else, for it is nowhere else. Paramahansa Yogananda, blessed be he, his spirit, as a powerful teacher in this life, visited upon us in this third dimension and then returned to source. And when he was in this dimension, he said something profound. He said, if you fall and break your leg right now, you have the power and the ability to completely mend it with your mind. If you fall and break your leg right now, it is within your God-given purview to go into your mind and completely straighten out your leg and heal your leg completely with no residual effects whatsoever with your mind, with consciousness, because you're in consciousness and your leg is in consciousness. He said, however, and if you don't know how to do that, take yourself to a doctor. Like, don't just lay there in pain saying, I think I'm going to be able to heal it with my mind, when you have not done the meditation that he has done over 30, 40, 50 years to be able to stop his heart at will, slow down his heart at will, change his digestive system, and everything else that can be done with your mind. It's all in the power of the mind. Yet, if we don't know how to do that, then don't sit there in pain saying, my mind is going to do it, when indeed that would be a misuse of law. Spirit put before you perhaps an acupuncturist, a doctor of oriental medicine, a best practitioner, Dr. G. Willie. Spirit put before you all of these incredible healing agents. Don't delay the help, turn down the help by saying, I'm just going to do it with my mind. Your mind ain't there yet. It is your potentiality. Yet I see many spiritual practitioners confuse potentiality with their current state of affairs. They're not the same. How do we begin? Forgive everything. Build the powers of the mind. How do we access all these innate powers of the mind to heal your body instantaneously of anything? It doesn't matter what it is. Only in medicine have they made up many different names for all the ways that we conflux ourselves with horrible thinking. They actually made names for them called diagnoses. Don't fall into that trap. Always tell yourself, my salvation is with me and nowhere else. My salvation is with me and nowhere else. Look how deeply embedded beliefs in pills, serums, potions, locks, any number of long list of things we endow with magical properties, as it says in A Course in Miracles, lesson 50, I'm sustained by the love of God. You see, my salvation is with me and nowhere else. It's very simple. How do we save ourselves from the madness of our minds? It's very simple. Look for salvation where it is, and you'll find it. And look nowhere else, for it is nowhere else. Do not endow anything outside of yourself with your faith and your magical and your magic with a K. Magic and magic being two different things, as we discussed the other day. Magic, M-A-G-I-C, some magical thing you think is going to happen, like prestidigitation, abracadabra. It's a parlor trick. Magic with a K, M-A-G-I-C-K, as Aleister Crowley shared with us, is a spiritual path to ascension. It's not magical, it's magical. Think of the freedom. Ooh, I gotta tell you something, family, so much freedom. I used to have a medicine cabinet. Now I don't even have a medicine cabinet in my entire house. I don't even have a pill in my entire house. I don't have a medicine cabinet, I have none of it. And people would say, hey, how long you've been on the planet? Well, we ought to see you with one of those little boxes, and it has each day. Sunday, these are what you have to do. Monday, Tuesday, these are all the pills you have to shove into your pie hole. I don't think so. Salvation comes from me. How about I prove it to myself? As this is not simply something we can get on A Course in Miracles in the morning at 7 a.m. every single morning and say, and then at the end say, oh, I got a headache. Let me go reach for this Tylenol Advil. That would be a negation of what we just did here. And there's nothing wrong with Tylenol or Advil. They're neutral. They don't mean anything at all until you come along and say, oh, yeah, that one's better than that one. Yeah, Tylenol is better than Motrin. Oh, yeah, it's got extra strength, 400 strength. That'll do it. Can you see that while you're standing in Rite Aid, while you're standing in the whatever store it is, the what are those stores named?
Walgreens.
Walgreens, all these places, all these pills full of pills. You go in there. Can you see that you are already hypnotizing yourself to which one will work? Your mind is doing all of it. I saw myself doing it with facial products. I was in the store and I was looking at all the labels. I'm looking for the one that my mind will say will work. Not the best product, because there is no best product. The one my mind believes. Because the one my mind believes is the one that's going to seem to work for me. My mind did it. I saw myself doing it in the CVS. Like, oh yeah, oh no, that one's not it. What about this one? Oh yeah, that's natural. I like that. Oh yeah, that's good. That's good. What's on the label? Oh yeah, yeah, that's good. Oh, it doesn't have any of that stuff here. This is gonna work. Oh, this is it. Well, now I have just did a spell in the CVS. Watch yourself. I've watched myself do this. A spell in the CVS, now taking my power, putting it outside of myself in something that I think is going to save me. I mean, I got plenty of potions, and I also know that probably if I didn't wash my face at all, it would be the exact same thing. And get the potion. By the time you get it home, you're so happy to use it. Do you see how much emotion is invested in this? We must see exactly how we seek for salvation where it is not. From a pill to a potion to a person, we are seeking for things outside of ourselves where salvation is not. The Course has said you will never find it. Close my eyes, turn within, my salvation comes from me. The answer is inside my mind, kingdom of heaven. Christ said the kingdom of heaven is within you. And he's saying it again now. Think of the freedom and the recognition that you are not bound by all the strange and twisted laws you have set up to save you. I've been conducting a spiritual exercise. I've been walking through the airports with no mask on whatsoever. No one does anything. I've been walking through airports completely maskless as a experiment. I had to prove to myself, am I under any laws but God's? No, you're not under any laws but God's. Okay. Now, a person who goes into the airport with a consciousness that, oh my goodness, I got to do everything they tell me to do. Oh my goodness, I got to, and I'm not an anti masker. Wear one if you want to, don't wear one if you want to. Do you understand that what we are speaking of here is far above this world, far above this world? I did it as a spiritual exercise. It was very fascinating. No one does anything. No one says anything. Some people look at all the facets of my mind. Mind is like a diamond with many facets. I saw a pilot look at me and he looked at me like, how dare you? And in my mind, like a little squint of the eyes. And I said, ooh, there's a facet of me that's like, you better get yourself in line, little girly girl. Yeah, that's my good girl. Oh, yeah, she's active. This is just a beautiful spiritual practice. You just walk through the airport, you just walk anywhere and say, what are all the things that I really think about myself? Because I don't know. I don't know what I'm really thinking about myself. And then I see people that are smiling, like they light up, they get happy. I'm like, oh, there's part of my mind that's really happy. And then there's parts of me that look at me like, do we have permission to do that? It's very fascinating to see all the aspects of your mind. It's a great prism and it's a great mirror. So I get to see all the thoughts that are in my mind that I can't see when I'm looking at myself in the mirror. Because in the mirror, I look pretty damn spiffy. Too. Yeah, in the mirror, we look pretty damn spiffy. I'm good. Everybody else has the problem. Ooh, there goes my mind, making me in line with the ego's doctrine that someone or something outside of myself must change for me to be saved, for me to be happy. You really think that you would starve unless you have stacks? Oh my God. Oh my God. Please, family, this is the part in the flight where you strap your seatbelt. Wait a minute. Pilot has turned on the seatbelt. We're about to hit turbulence right now. I just have to say that for this next line because this is the part where the chorus comes for your whole bank account, all your investments, all your Bitcoin, all your chips, all your wealth, all of it.
All
Okay,
of it.
all of it. All of it. It's coming for all of it now. Okay, Jesus, please, Jesus, take the wheel. Let me put on my seatbelt because I understand turbulence is coming right now in my
Yeah.
mind. Now, there's no
Don't put
turbulence.
on that seatbelt. You don't need that seatbelt.
Because I gave up all of that. Oh my God. Give it up. Give it up. Okay. It says, you really think that you would starve unless you have stacks of green paper strips. Oh my God. Come on, chorus. All your money, green stacks of green paper strips. The chorus calls it green paper strips. And piles of metal discs. Your metal discs and your green paper is going to save you. It sounds hilarious. Yet it's what I believed. You really think a small round pellet called a pill or some fluid pushed into your veins. Oh my God, this is the whole hospital now. Through a sharpened needle will ward off disease and death. It's getting all of, it just took out all of Wall Street, all of Big Pharma, all of the commodities markets over in Chicago. It just took out all of it, all of it. You really think you are, oh, uh-oh, now it's coming for all of the eHarmony websites, the Tinder, it's coming for all the dating apps. You really think you are alone unless another body is with you? So first, oh, ooh, ooh, this is so delicious. The chorus says, is showing us. It is showing us our beliefs. It's
Mhm.
showing us that we have believed in. We think we're bound by strange and twisted laws that we have set up to save us. If we just have enough money, it's going to save me in my retirement because I have to have money in retirement to live, to survive. Let me ask you a question. Whether you have money or not, did you still have air? Whether you have money or not, did you still have water? Whether you had money or not, did you still have food? And you could say, no, I was very hungry. Well, whatever you had or didn't have, it still got you to this very moment right now. As Dr. G was said in the meditation, that all that you have done has got you to this point. So we can give appreciation that something is taking care of me, regardless of the money in the bank, regardless of the pills, regardless of the doctor, air quotes, regardless of the boo, regardless of anything else, that I set up a petty law and made myself subject to that law rather than the laws of God. I'm under no laws but God's. This is the freedom. It is insanity that thinks these things. Tell yourself, it is insanity that thinks these things. You call them laws and put them under different names in a long catalog of rituals that have no use and serve no purpose. Wow. This is where the course just comes and clean sweeps everything on your table that was important to you. Why is it important to us? Because we've endowed some property, some saving property in it. You pack your bags, but you gotta have your pills.
Mhm.
You pack your bags, but you gotta have your vitamins. I don't even take vitamins no more. I was like, well, if it's for pills, it's probably for vitamins too. I was like, right? Holy Spirit was like, all of it. I was like, well, damn. I thought I was because I went from one polarity to the I'm not using that big pharma stuff. I'm gonna use these pills instead. Same thing, other pole, same thing. And I just said, okay, well, everything's inside me. Everything, 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 everything. Activated. Your body is a chemical producing machine. It's a pharmacy par excellence beyond anything you can find in any configuration outside yourself. I promise you, nature, source, God, love, the universe, is super intelligent. And we carve out a little piece and we say, I'm just going to be a foot doctor. Then we carve out another piece, I'm just going to be a brain surgeon. And you carve out another piece, I'm just going to work on bones. Oh my God, what are we doing? It's insanity that thinks these things. You think you must obey the laws, air quotes, of medicine. Wow, that's just what we've been talking about. Of medicine, of economics, and of health. Protect the body and you will be saved. That's what we believe. As a collective consciousness, this belief outplayed in 2020 and 2021. Don't worry, if I get canceled on YouTube for any of this, all the videos are on Odyssey. They're all over the place. They're unstoppable. And so therefore, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Protect the body and you will be saved. Wow. All this, as we have heard before, is done to preserve a body identification. All of this is done for what purpose? So that I could follow the doctrine of the ego and be empty and look for everything outside of myself. Will you love me? Pill, can you make me feel better? Jab, can you make sure to ward off death and disease? Money, can you metal strips, metal discs and paper, green paper strips and gold circles, Bitcoin is included. What is your intention with it? Can you save me? Can you save me when I get old and I can't work anymore? These are not even challenged. There are the freight train of mass consciousness beliefs that go unchecked and unchallenged until you begin to ask questions, and then the course appears in front of you as a response. Yes, here's the answer. These are not laws, but madness. The body is endangered by the mind that hurts itself, God. While I'm getting a pill from the outside to quote unquote take away my headache, I'm stabbing myself on the inside with my grievance that I'm holding against my ex lover or former beautiful healing partner. And here I am stabbing myself on the inside, which is probably the root of my headache. Yet I think a pill is going to save me rather than my mind. Salvation is with me. The body suffers just in order that the mind will fail to see it is the victim of itself. Wow. Unpack that. The body suffers just in order that the mind will fail to see it is the victim of itself. The longer you let your body suffer, the more we will try to make salvation be where it is not. The mind won't see that it is the victim of itself. I won't see that my mind is inflicting this problem on my body. I won't see it. The body's suffering is a mask. The mind, very powerful, the mask word is being used here. The mask, and mind you, the course came to us long before 2020 and 2021 just to get us ready. The body's suffering is a mask the mind holds up to hide what really suffers. Yet we think that the body suffering means I'm suffering. No, the body suffering is a mask for what's really suffering, the mind. It would not understand it is its own enemy, that it attacks itself and wants to die. It is from this your laws, air quotes, would save the body. It is for this you think you are a body. This is how we come to the whole thought or notion that I'm here to suffer and then you die. Life sucks and then you die. That's what that came from. Life sucks and then you die came from this, came from all of this. We get to see all of the insanity we have engaged in so that we can choose. Do you want to keep being insane or do you want to be saved? There are no laws except the laws of God. Tell yourself there are no laws except the laws of God. There are no laws except the laws of God. There are no laws except the laws of God. This needs repeating over and over. Thank you, course, until you realize it applies to everything. Everything. Your kids, me, my boo, my parents, my ancestors, my way of being, money, health. It applies to everything that you have made in opposition to God's will. All these things are in opposition to God's will. When I started to really unpack, why am I reaching for these pills? You used to have a medicine cabinet full of potions and ointments and lotions and things that I thought were going to do magical things. Magic with a C. It says your magic has no meaning. Magic with a C. Not magic with a MAGICK, which is an inherent property of the universe, just like electromagnetism, just like gravity. Everyone has access to your magical self and to creating magic in this universe. Your magic, parlor tricks, has no meaning. A pill is a parlor trick. That's what I realized. What it is meant to save does not exist. It's trying to save a body. The body's not real. Only what it is meant to hide will save you. It was meant to hide from me, that in my mind, I'm doing all the damage from inside my mind. And inside my mind, I can go to the kingdom of heaven and correct all the damage. All of it, all of it, all of it. I can correct everything in my mind. It's only that this still belief of wanting to suffer and die, that we get the idea, oh, that'll never be healed. You have to live with it for the rest of your life. Oh, I just damned myself through this doctor's words. Okay, clearly I believe in damnation, not salvation. We can see what we really believe in. We believe in damnation, not salvation, because now I'm going to suffer with this thing for the rest of my life. Well, I just damned myself. The laws of God can never be replaced. They cannot be replaced with insane laws that we have made. We will devote today to rejoicing that this is so. Rejoice. Again, a day of celebration. Yesterday, the day was dedicated to serenity. Today, we will spend the day rejoicing that these imposter laws could have never replaced God's law. There is no laws but God's, and I am under no laws but God's. It is no longer a truth that we would hide. We're not going to hide the truth any longer. We realize instead it is a truth that keeps us free forever. We want to be free. We want to be free, and we want to be free forever. I'm not packing a bunch of stuff to take with me just in case. I was a big just in case gal, a big bag. You know what my friends used to call me back then? Like in my 20s, they used to call me complete. Complete. That's what, here come complete with her bag. Because guess what I had in the bag? A little washcloth, extra pair of underwear, a little sewing kit, some crazy glue, a little pair of scissors. I could have built a whole tent if I was MacGyver from inside my purse. Some wipes, when they came out, I added that. Oh, wipes. Let me put some wipes in my bag too, just in case. Just in case of what? Waiting for something quote unquote bad to happen because I got to have a solution in advance. What are you going to be on some kind of desert island where they don't have anything? Good, then you can meditate. That was me, complete. If I went on that show, whatever that show was, give us
Let's make a deal.
thumbnail. Hello, give us a thumbtack. I got a couple of thumbtacks. I might need to put something on a wall somewhere. What? No. Now I barely walk with anything. Come on. No. And I'm looking to walk with even less. This truth sets us forever free. Magic imprisons, magic, the parlor tricks, but the laws of God make free. The laws of God make free. Family, do not come back later and say, but this channel is about magic. Do not let yourself go into confusion, because if you study the ancient mysteries, you will be very clear on the distinction between the magic the Course is talking about, which is a parlor trick, and the very high orders of magic that we are all engaging every day, whether we are doing it consciously or not. Don't let yourself go into confusion, please. The light has come because there are no laws but His. Whew! Take yesterday and put it with a sandwich today and eat it. Yesterday is the first piece of bread. It's sprouted bread. It's so good for you. You love it. And today is another piece of sprouted grain bread. So good for you. You love it. And in the middle, all manner of veggies. And you just make this delicious sandwich and put some hummus on it and bean sprouts. Ooh, sounds like something. And avocado. Sounds like something I had yesterday. And he's like, the light has come. There are no laws but God's. The light has come. There are no laws but God's. The light has come. There are no laws but God's. The light has come. There are no laws but God. This is a sandwich. That's what we're eating all day today. We're not eating anything else. We will begin the longer practice periods today with a short review of the different kinds of laws, quote unquote, we have believed we must obey. These would include, for example, the laws of nutrition. That was me. I was still on the laws of nutrition, of immunization, of medication, and of the body's protection in innumerable ways. Protect the body no matter what, because we think we're a body. If this dies, I'm done. Wow. Rather than knowing this is a vehicle, you have a body, you are not a body. We say it almost every morning. You have a body. You are not a body. You have a body. Think further. We believe in the laws of friendship, of good, quote unquote, relationships and reciprocity. This is what they should be doing for me. This is what a husband is. This is what a wife is. Can we get into that? Oh, yeah, I'm going to stand at the altar and I'm going to say forever and ever, God didn't make that shit up. These are laws we have made to imprison ourselves. You may not like it. Nowhere did God tell you, get someone and chain them to you for the rest of your mortal life. Never did God say that. You made that up. We made up laws and now we constrain ourselves to having to live under them. Yeah, we made that up. Did you not hear Max Tucci say in this very room, maybe somewhere around in the day 50s or so, Max Tucci, him and his husband have been together for years, but Max Tucci said, we did a pinky swear. Hey, I'm in, you in? Yeah, okay, pinky swear. They kept it moving. They, they, they shared their love, which is what they do. I love you. I love you too. All right, let's do this. Want to do this? Yeah, let's do it. Pinky swear and move it. Oh my God. But people would look at that and think, quote unquote, it's not legit. Because did you get married? What did you go get the paper from somebody outside yourself that wrote some things on a piece of paper and gave it to you? And somebody outside yourself told you some words. I'm a minister, I done it. Said some words over you, and now you think it means something. I'm under no laws but God's. Wow, we made that all up. It's so shocking. You made it. Can we go deeper? You made up what mama is supposed to be. It says it right here. Think further. You believe in the laws of friendship, of good relationships and reciprocity. Good relationships in air quotes. My mom was supposed to do this for me and she didn't. My dad was supposed to take care of me and he left. My this, my that, whatever. It is all trash. Throw it away. Be the free divine being you are. My salvation comes from me. This is not a statement of megalomania, it's a statement of truth. We're afraid to even say it. Why? Perhaps you even think that there are laws which set forth what is God's and what is yours. Huh! Many religions have been based on this. They would not say, but damn, in heaven's name. This is why we do not want to say, my salvation comes from me, because we have been told, no, it's blasphemous, because God has all the power. God is beyond you, you worm of the earth. You're dust. But now God is everything. And you can't even get to God because you're such dust. You need a savior. And you have to get to him, go to him to get to God. You can't get to God without going to him. When if you read the words of the Nag Hammadi scriptures that came out of the earth in Egypt, you will see Christ never said that. Maybe it says it in the Bible you have now. Oh, they've done quite a bit with the Bible you have now. If you go far, 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 far back, you'll find some very interesting things that have said that sound strangely exactly like the course. Wonder how that happened. Many religions have been based on this, that these are the laws now about God. We talked about the laws about nutrition, the laws about medication, the laws about immunization, the laws about economics, the laws about what's supposed to be a friendship and good relationships and how that's supposed to go. Do you see how we have all these laws? And we even have laws that we put on God, what God can and cannot do. Wow, that's insane. The ego co opted God for its own purposes. Can we now see the insanity? Yeah, there are no more strange than other laws you hold must be obeyed to make you safe. Yet they are no more strange than other laws, air quotes, you hold must be obeyed to make you safe. We must, come on now, here go all the Karens of the world. Young man, put that. I wish I would see a Karen. I've never met a Karen. However, if I did, we would have a powerful conversation as an aspect of myself. Karen, let's talk. Because I want what's in my mind. I've never met a Karen. I've heard about a Karen. So somewhere in the back of my mind, there's a Karen. If she comes in front of me, that would be an interesting day because I will have to remind myself. Now, somebody else, I'll have to remind myself of the laws of God. There are no laws but God's. Dismiss all foolish magical beliefs today and hold your mind in silent readiness to hear the voice that speaks the truth to you. Remember, the Course shares with us that this is a two-step operation. Relinquish and remember, relinquish and recognize. Relinquish, it tells us you must dismiss, you must forgive, you must drop it, you must let it go, and then clear out everything out of the mind. Hold the mind in readiness for God's laws. You know, Damon John, when he was creating FUBU, had a very fascinating experience. He ordered professional sewing machines so that he could have all these people, his friends and family and everybody help him sew this because his business was growing so much. And so he ordered these professional sewing machines, having no idea of what professional sewing machines look like or their size. And they got delivered to his mom's house where he was, and his mom was, all on board for FUBU. And she took a mortgage out on her house to invest in his business and whatnot. And he said when the sewing machines showed up at the front door, they were so big that they couldn't fit in the house with the furniture. And do you know what he did? He put the furniture outside. He took the furniture out of the house. You see, he recognized, oh, wait a minute, where I'm going is bigger than what I have. Now, some people would have turned away the shipment because it can't fit. And some people would have tried to fit the shipment in with the furniture you already had. And he was practicing the course. He was like, oh, wait a minute, I have to receive this new thing coming in. I must get rid of what's here. Else I can't get this in here. They moved all the furniture outside, or the furniture that needed to be moved in order for the machines to come in. He was like, when he tells that story, I love that story because that's how it works. When spirit shows up at your door, can you invite it into the door of your consciousness with all your grievances? And I don't like that person. I don't like this person. And black BLM, and that. I'm not with BLM. I've told y'all 50 million times I'm not a black woman. I just look like one. Go up. There ain't no black people in heaven. Go up. There ain't no Chinese people in heaven. There ain't no Latin people in heaven, no Mexican people in heaven. These are all cosmic forces. And as Eckhart told, no, it was not Eckhart Tolle, it was Gary Zukov, told you how to use your incarnation to honor source. He said power. What is the true definition of true power? When the personality serves the soul. When you use that your soul chose black woman to come, you don't let black woman lead the show in the driver's seat. I'm a black woman. Okay, and how is that saving the world? No. We understand salvation comes from me. Put things in their right order. Okay, salvation comes from me. I am a divine being that has no color. I'm timeless, deathless, breathless, beyond a body. I am not a body. The body is black. And I have a body. Can you see that? I have a body, the body that I chose for this incarnation as a soul, for all the purposes of learning my lessons and being in a wonderful curriculum, is the body of a black woman. You chose an avatar, you chose a stunt double. So you pick up this body, this avatar body. Oh, this one will do. It's a black woman. Where am I going to put her? In Kabbalah, it says it was all on an assembly line. And Kabbalah teaches that you were in a great big factory with God, and you were looking, and the source said, okay, what, and your ancestors, the spirit guides, and all the soul people that you're in together with, right? And you want to work on unforgiveness, or whatever this incarnation is going to be about for you. And you pick, okay, you're going to pick unforgiveness. Wonderful. Because every lifetime, I'm just so unforgiving. I got axe to grind, lifetime over lifetime over lifetime. I'm not doing that anymore, because when you're up there, you can see all your lifetimes. And you pick, okay, forgiveness. That means you're going to have some horrible shit, quote unquote, horrible, happen to you on the earth plane because you're here for forgiveness. So, and then, okay, where you want to be on the planet? Greenland, I don't know, Nigeria, United States of America. That's going to match my curriculum. Okay, you're building your curriculum. Okay, the United States of America. Who's going to be your parents? And you look around at the soul group and you say, you want to be my mom this time? Yeah. I was your uncle last time. Okay, great. You want to be my dad? Yeah, because it aligns with their soul mission. They're not just coming doing you a favor. They have to be maybe a despot in this lifetime because they were on the other end of despotism in another lifetime. And then you all, yay, let's go in. And then you go through what is called the Sea of Forgetfulness. And the angel Gabriel, when you're born, puts her finger right here on your mouth, like shh. And that's how you get that little dip in your lip. That's what they say. That's the legend. Shh, it's a secret. You can't remember anything of it. None of it. That would ruin the surprise. Don't think that how my body presents has anything to do with who I am in spirit realms. Don't get it confused. Don't get it twisted. Do as God says, yes? Use the personality, use it. Well, my soul is using my personality right now. It put on some makeup. It put some makeup on the body and it came in front of it and it put some lights on. The soul is using the personality right now. Soul and spirit is using the personality right now to talk because the personality is on the third dimension. And on the third dimension, we have YouTube. So on the third dimension, in Clubhouse and everything else, and Facebook. So in the third dimension, this is being used to relay a message to all of us that we already know. Everyone already has this message encoded in their soul. We're simply choosing to remember and awaken. Listening to the voice. You will be listening to one, capital O, who, capital W, says there is no loss under the laws of God. Payment is neither given nor received. Wow, you don't lose anything when you drop all the belief in these laws and return home to the kingdom of heaven. Exchange cannot be made. There are no substitutes, and nothing is replaced by something else. God's laws forever give and never take. Tell yourself God's laws forever give and never take. God's laws forever give and never take. That's God's laws. God doesn't need your obedience. God doesn't need your suffering, your asceticism. God doesn't need your pleading. God doesn't need your prayers. I found that a long time ago too, and prayer fell away. I was like, well, it's time. I was praying. You were praying for yourself. I wasn't praying you were praying for yourself to yourself. Ooh, this is deep, spirit. This is deep. What's all the praying and pleading? God, please help me. I just pray all the time. God, please help me. God, please do this. God, move this. God, I know you can move mountains. God, move this and God, move that. Why are you asking for someone to move something when God gave you all the power to move it? Just get up and move the thing. I think super powerful people maybe don't pray. I don't know. It's not a law. It's not a rule. Maybe they just get up and do it, knowing that the divinity in them is it, and the prayer is everything you say and speak and think and feel is a prayer, and it's simply aligned. Why all the words and pleading and the begging and on the knees and groveling and shoveling and asking and begging and asking the same prayer over and over and over? Christ said, don't say the same prayer over and over and over. I haven't heard you the first time. We don't think anybody's really listening on the other end of the phone. Hello, 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 hello. Rather than go and close our eyes, go within. Here we are. What am I praying to? And what am I praying for? It's just asking questions. Hear him who tells you this. Hear him and realize how foolish are the laws you thought upheld the world you thought you saw. We made up a world, then we made up a bunch of laws for the world, and then we believed in them more than we believed in our own power to save. Yesterday it says the light has come, you are healed, and you can heal. Then listen further. He will tell you more about the love your Father has for you, about the endless joy He offers you, about His yearning for His only Son, about her yearning for her only daughter, about the universe's yearning for its children to come home. Created as His channel for creation. We are created to create. We are created as a channel and a conduit for creation to extend love about the entire universe, denied to Him by His belief in hell. God wants us to return home because we have denied God and replaced God with hell, and therefore denied God the deliciousness of our company. That's why I like to stay in heaven sitting on God's lap. Because God wants to talk to me just as much as I want to talk to God, but we don't believe that. God yearns for us to come. Children, come home from mad beliefs in hell. Christ said, I'm going to go back again and help them. Yeah, we did say we're going to send a helper, Holy Spirit, and I'm going to go back again, second coming. And Spirit told me the second coming of Christ was, of course, miracles, but people are still looking for something in the sky. The second coming of Christ is here. It landed. And it probably landed, maybe the Jehovah's Witnesses were right. It probably landed somewhere around their calculations that they had somewhere in the, I don't know, 70s or whenever Helen Schucman began scribing the course. She's not the author, she's a scribe. Maybe somebody had figured out something's about to happen. Let us today open God's channels to Him. Let us open the channels to love. Let us open the channels to joy. Let us open the channels to bliss. Let us open the channels to source. And let His will extend through us to Him. God's will extends through us to God. There's nowhere else for it to go. That's His creation endlessly increased through us. And our sacred yes. His voice, capital V, will speak of this to us, as well as of the joys of heaven, which His laws keep limitless forever. The joys of heaven. Break your shackles, break your shoulds. Don't should on yourself. Get rid of all the laws you think have dominion over you. Drop them. I am under no laws but God's. We will repeat today's idea until we have listened and understood there are no laws but God's. So if I have to repeat this 10,000 times today for me to listen and understand there are no laws but God's, then that's what I will do. Then we will tell ourselves, as a dedication with which the practice period concludes, I'm under no laws but God's. We will repeat this dedication as often as possible today, at least 4 or 5 times an hour, perhaps every 10 minutes. In the mind, I am under no laws but God's. It's a rinse and repeat. It's a swishing and a swirling that washes away the devotion, the absolute adherence we have had to insanity. Please understand, the Course is not teaching you rebellion.
No.
It's not telling you, go out there and fight the establishment. These are not real. I'm under no rule laws but God's. If you go into that mode, continue meditating. Because the laws of God, the Course is telling you none of it's real. How are you going to fight a cloud? It's not even real. So what are we fighting? What are all the protests and the marches and the riots and the I don't know, what is it all for? When we have not changed our minds. We will repeat this dedication as often as possible today, at least 4 or 5 times an hour, as well as in response. Here are 3 ways, again, that we use the Course. The longer practice periods, 10 to 15 minutes, morning and night, 4 to 5 times an hour, a continuous reminding of self of the truth. And every time you remind yourself of the truth, you are on the stream of consciousness. You're on a stream, an energetic stream. It's like a river. And the third way we'll use it is in response to any temptation to experience ourselves as subject to other laws throughout the day. Me looking up, when will the mask mandate end here? What does that have to do with you? You are thinking you are under laws of humans. Oh, right. Do you realize you can wear a mask and still know that you are under no laws but God's? It's not about the mask. It's not about the mask. The mask is neutral. It's not about the vax. It's not about the jab. Jab is neutral. It is about the mind. Law number one, principle number one from Kemet, ancient Egypt. The universe is mental, all is mind. The universe is mental, all is mind. So anything you do in this third dimension, do it, have at it, play with it. Wherever you want, go for it. All we are concerned about is the mind that is doing those things. That's all we're concerned about. I don't know, take a jab, don't take a jab. Who the fuck cares? Nobody cares but you. The universe don't care if you take a pill or don't take a pill. The universe cares about your mind. It is our statement of freedom. Oh, let me go back. And we're going to use it. We will repeat this dedication as often as possible today. It's a dedication. Thank you, Spirit, for the word. Dedication. We spoke of dedication yesterday, that when you dedicate yourself to something, you don't use it for something else. I'm dedicating my mind to understanding my salvation is with me, and I am under no laws but God's, as well as a response to any temptation to experience ourselves as subject to other laws throughout the day. It is our statement of freedom from all danger and all tyranny. You see, both, there are two mighty souls that demonstrated this for you. For all of us, it is our statement of freedom from all danger and all tyranny. It's a statement of freedom from all danger and all tyranny. Danger and tyranny, free from it. Where? From in your mind. The two beings who demonstrated this worth, they walked it out for us on a world stage. Viktor Frankl, his body was held captive in a concentration camp in Auschwitz. That was the name of the concentration camp he was in. I wrote about him in one of the 3 books that are in the trilogy, Why You're Stuck, No Excuses Manifesto, and Dark Night of the Soul. And in there, because I was astounded by Viktor Frankl, how could he be in the concentration camp, the worst of the worst, walking on snow with no shoes? He said sometimes the guards would take them outside and it was freezing cold, and they would be walking with these little tattered whatever they had and hardly any food. And they would say, at one point, they would say, hats off, just to stick the torture in. Hats off. You just had to take your hat off and walk while you're walking outside in the snow. And Viktor Frankl said, they didn't have my mind. What? They had your stunt double. They had your avatar locked down. For all the people who are in incarceration right now, they have your body. Christ said, do not fear those who can kill the body and cannot destroy the soul. They don't have your mind, they don't have your soul, and they don't have your spirit. They have none of that, because all of that's free forever. So where are you living from? Here is the second being that demonstrated it to us. I'll give us a third one as well that came by inspiration. Thank you, Spirit. The second one is Madiba, our beloved Nelson Mandela. God bless his soul forever. Always blessed souls who have showed us so much, as they are in heaven realms now, blessing the whole world. Bless them as they bless us. Nelson Mandela, 25, 26 years, because he was a freedom fighter. And they put him in the jail and they made him pick up heavy rocks every day. And he said he had to make a decision. He had to change his what? His mind. And when he came out, that infectious smile of Nelson Mandela Madiba, it was emanating pure joy. How do you be in there for 20 something years in that cell with a Bible and a little cot, and you can go to Robben Island and you can walk into that cell, and people say they walk in and they just weep? How do you live in there for 20 something years? The last 2 years or so, they put him on house arrest and he was able to be in a home. How do you do that for 20 something years and walk out joyful? I mean, just looking up at the sky, joyful. The joy was emanating from him. How? Because he knew he was under no rules but God's. He had discovered forgiveness, and he said he knew when he stepped out of that jail that if he had not forgiven all his captors, he said he would still be in prison, even though his body would be free. The third one that demonstrated this for us was Malcolm X, who was in prison and they had his body, they had his avatar. They don't have you. How could you be reduced to a body? You ancient, magnificent, divine, cosmic being. How could you be reduced to a pile of minerals and think that that's really you? It is our statement of freedom from all danger and all tyranny. Malcolm X was in there. His body was in there, his stunt double. It looked like he came in this lifetime as a Black person. It's very interesting because while he was in there, they say that's where he got glasses because he read every book they had in there, and he would read and read and read and read. He educated himself. So he went in one way, and while they had his body, he changed his mind. They still had his body. He wasn't fighting, banging on the door every day, banging on the, maybe when you first get in there, you're banging on the bars or whatever. Get me out of here, get me out of here. I don't know. I do know that he changed his mind. I do know that Madiba changed his mind. I do know that Viktor Frankl in his mind was free. And he came out and he told us about it. He wrote the book, Man's Search for Meaning. He found the meaning in his experience. It wasn't meaningless. I'm upset because I see a meaningless world. I'm upset because I see something that is not there. Meaningless. So, however, we have to come to these lessons in this lifetime, we get to come to the lessons of there are no laws but God's, and salvation comes from my one self. It is our acknowledgement that God is our Father, this universe is our cosmic parent, that we have a lineage of divinity, and that His Son is saved, that we, the children of the universe, are saved forever. Our first practice period, which we do together, is 10 minutes. I'll set the chimes. And Jiwa, could you lead us in our first practice period for today?
Okay.
I'm under no laws but God's.
I am under no laws but God's. Just close your eyes and just take a moment and just reflect on that statement and listen for guidance on that statement as we go into silence. I'm under no laws but God's. I'm under no laws but God's. I am under no laws but God's. I am under no laws but God's. I am under no laws but God's.
And that is the conclusion of our first practice period of two longer practice periods today and several shorter practice periods today, every 5 minutes or so in the mind. I'm under no laws but God's, our mantra for today, our enchantment for today, a chant on the inside. And now, since we have Dr. G. Lee here, please do come to the stage on Clubhouse and share with us, and in the chat here on YouTube, share with us what are your insights, your takeaways? What are you changing, remembering? What are you relinquishing, recognizing? All right, family, time for a powerful conversation. Floor is open.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How you loving?
Good morning, Rev. Good morning, Dr. Tiwa.
Good morning. What happened yesterday? Did y'all do the room yesterday, or did everyone come onto YouTube?
Well, I ended up on YouTube. There was no clubhouse room.
Oh, okay, okay. Just checking to see what occurred yesterday, family. Thank you for being kind and for being flexible and for being God. Because if you ever look and Clubhouse is not working, hop over to YouTube. If YouTube is doing something, hop over to Facebook. If it, we gonna make it happen one way or the other. One way or the other, we're gonna make it happen. Okay, Queen Hadassah.
Yes, this is, definitely one of my favorite Course in Miracles lessons. I am under no laws but God. And I often repeat that. And, I often have all types of people around me, and the ones who don't understand this energetic conversation, they'll say, "What do you mean? Put that seatbelt on. Don't, do this, do that." I'm like, I'm under no laws but God. Everywhere I go with God. I am safe. And so this is definitely a higher level conversation that it's difficult to have with people who spend their entire life trying to follow all the rules and doing everything correctly, which I was one of those people. You got to do this, you got to do that. It's a law. Well, whose law? And at what point do we stop giving up all our sovereignty to this belief that we're under all these laws and we must do this and we must do that, or else some damnation is going to happen to us? And so definitely in the past couple of years, we've seen how people can be easily manipulated and easily put under man's laws, and people willingly doing so. And I'm grateful to have this course lesson to understand that I am under no laws but God's. And I'm semi-complete. Rev, I don't see anyone coming to the stage. I don't know. I think they're scared. What's going on?
Because the course did a clean sweep of all our beliefs and everything we hold dear this morning. We're all gobsmacked, like they say in London, they say, right? In the UK, they said, I was just gobsmacked.
Wow. Yes.
You know, something,
And this,
continue.
I was going to say this lesson can definitely do that, you know, especially for those who, what me being used to be one of those again, that just wanted to do the right thing. And just every time another law came out, I'm like, yeah, we have to do this. We must do that. That's not true. You know, those laws that are in place are all based on fear and some kind of I'm going to get you kind of belief system. So once I took that out of my consciousness, I can understand. So this is a work in progress. It's not necessarily, oh, I read this lesson, I got it. It took a couple of years to really understand that I run this. You know, all is mine. I run this. And so I'm under no law but God. So, yay, we have a couple of people. I don't know if Harmony wants to speak. We have Barbara, Angel, and LaZoy up here.
I actually have a lot of background noise, so I'm going to yield the mic.
Awesome.
There's one thing I want to add as well before we go deeper into our shares. I'm holding up a mask on Clubhouse. Do you understand that this means nothing? That's what the course is telling. This means nothing. It doesn't save you and it doesn't hurt you. It doesn't help you. It doesn't hurt you. It has no power. Either way, it has no power. How is this inherently going to have some power to save your life? Please look at this and tell me how this inherently has a power to save your life. But that's what they told us, right? That's what a lot of people in the world believe. So therefore, what happens is people get into these battles back and forth. Anytime you introduce something into the world of duality, which is the third dimension, the world of effects, you're going to have instant polarity because law of polarity is always working. Democrats and Republicans, maskers, anti-maskers, vaxxers, anti-vaxxers. I don't care. I don't fucking care. Wear it, don't wear it. This has why are we investing it with so much power? Do it or don't do it. It's not about this. And people go on and on and on talking about this or the snake bite, as they call it. It's not about, the snake bite has no power. The snake bite can have 50 poisons in it. And I get the snake bite, I say, well, I'm going to get it for whatever reason. Who the fuck cares? Nobody cares. So I get it. And it has no effect on me whatsoever. Somebody else gets it, they're extremely afraid, and it goes and does some strange things in their body. Do you understand? We both made that up in our minds. Maybe I get it to prove to myself that I'm God. Let me go get it and prove. Let me use it as a spiritual exercise. Who knows? Who cares? It's not. That's looking for it where it's not. That's looking for it where it's not. Okay, I just want to say that because I don't know, maybe we have maskers in the room and anti-maskers. Maybe we have Democrats and Republicans. Maybe we have jabbers and anti-jabbers. Maybe we have, it don't matter. Do you understand that all of the things the course is talking about is above that? It's above the fray. It's above that. Gee, anything you want to add before we go to the, go, yes, Queen Hadassah.
No, I was just saying that is definitely true. And looking specifically at maskers and anti-maskers, that is a clear example. I mean, just very clear of how this thing is operating and what's in a person's consciousness. And, I get to see that clearly, which is beautiful for me because I'm an observer of things. And so I could observe behavior in myself. Like, am I really believing that that piece of cloth can really be, can save me from some deadly virus. I don't think so. So, I never really got caught up into that because I understood from a deeper level what this is about. So I really appreciate this lesson, and I cannot wait for this conversation. I am complete.
Delicious. Who's next?
Good morning.
Good morning, Barbara. How you loving, Barbara?
I'm loving great. It's just been such a wonderful experience. I have felt every day it gets better and better with these lessons, and I just feel free. And I have had so many breakthroughs with the course. I just have had a breakthrough with the ego, and that when she said, "Oh, nobody's coming up because you're afraid," but when I realized what the ego was doing, I just let it go, and it has been wonderful. But I had a major breakthrough the other day when we were talking about how we create stuff in our minds. And like, I've been doing the work for a long time, and even with the pill thing, I don't believe in any of the farm or any of their drugs, any of anything. I know that we can heal our bodies, and I know that I don't need to take anything. I don't believe in it. But what happened, I had an issue for a long time with believing that I was not smart enough, and that I couldn't spell, and that and it was a life. It's been a long time, and I remember when it happened because I was a little girl, and my father, I guess I was in the first grade, or I think it was in the first grade, and he was teaching me spelling, and I couldn't remember a spelling word, and he kind of got mad at me because I couldn't spell. And then all my life, it's like I feel like I'm not smart, I can't do this. And after the course, from the course, I think it was 2 days ago, I realized that I was creating that I am not smart, I can't do this, and I can't write because I can't spell. And every time I would try to spell, I would get not upset, but I would get, I'm not a good speller. And that just went away because I knew that I created that, like, I am not smart, and I know infinite intelligence, and that it is I am intelligent, but I released that, and that was a major breakthrough. I was in tears the other day because of that breakthrough. And then also, Dr. Julie, I didn't know what it is. The other night, I read chapter 1, then the next day she was 1, and then I read chapter 2. I was reading chapter 2 last night, and the book is so awesome that it is helping me learn it. I'm learning so much about the heart. And just in the first 2 chapters, and I set up a discovery channel, a discovery session with her. And from that, I learned, because one of the questions she says, have you ever been coached? And I went to school 20 years ago for holistic health coaching, because that's what I believe in dealing with the mind, body, and soul, spirit. And it's just been I don't really even know how to express how much the course, even today, I am under this lesson has been awesome. It really has lifted me up. I have been doing the practice sessions where I set the timer every 10 minutes. Yesterday was the light has come. My business has changed because my mind has changed. I have people coming to me, and I'm able to share. The other day when Rainbow was on, I was listening. I'm taking so many notes. Just doing the course. Now my book is, because the course I did it before, like maybe 10 or 15 years ago. And it was with Marianne Williamson on Oprah. And she was saying that one of the things that we are afraid of is our power. We're afraid of our power. And that I came to the realization from being lifted up and feeling so powerful, even the freedom of the mask, like not wearing the mask and knowing, because I believe for so many years that I didn't want to take the vaccine for the flu because I was not going to get the flu. And I worked in the hospital and I was around people and I just knew that it wasn't going to happen. It never happened. And then when COVID came along from the news, that's another thing. Watching that programming, I didn't watch it for years, and then I went back and I got addicted to looking at it, and then that fear of the COVID, and then it was like, you're gonna get it, and then it came in a little bit, and I started doing the course, and it was like, no, I know this stuff, let me take this mask off. I'm not wearing this mask, and now I feel such a freedom. I feel free because I have been given so much info. This course has lifted me up so high. It has really given me the freedom, and I am complete. And I wanted to share, because when she said, is anybody afraid to come up? And I said, no, see, the ego is what kept me from doing things and kept me from speaking up and going forward and being afraid of my own power. And now I just feel freedom. I feel power. I feel even the money thing, because I've been watching your YouTube videos are so helpful and good. I'm up at night taking notes, even Bitcoin, like learning so much more. Even Never Work Again, I got so much, but now I feel that I'm getting so much more from just watching. And I was like even the money is coming in. I'm feeling open. I am not afraid. I know that whatever it is, I'm able to manifest it, and I am grateful for that. I am so grateful. I'd be shouting, clapping, listening to all this info because it is so helpful and it is so wonderful to be able to get this information, to get this Course in Miracles, and to meet Dr. Ju. You said there would be a surprise when we came down to 222, I was surprised when I seen Dr. because I kept looking at her and I said, what? And I said, that's Dr. Julie. And then I spoke with her, and then to have both of y'all in the room at work, Never Work Again, she was in front of me, and I had that major breakthrough actually changed my life, changed me, because it just something clicked. And I sat there, I had tears, I was crying. And the other day when I had the other breakthrough, it was like, this is I don't even know the words to say to what it is, because it is so amazing how much it means and how much freedom means to me. Just like I'm under no laws but God. And then the morning, the mystery school, doing the work, getting up. That was one of the things that it was hard, getting up. And then I really feel the connection. I really feel the spirit. And even on one of your YouTube videos, you said you always follow spirit, what spirit tells you. And that was one of the things that I would do, because I would know, like I move, like if I had to move somewhere, if I had to do something, I would just do it and not be worried about it, because I knew Spirit was telling me, okay, it's time to move back to New York, or it's time to move, I lived in Atlanta, it's time to move to Atlanta. And I just followed that. And then I had a confirmation when you said, I always follow, I wrote it down, I always follow Spirit. I always allow Spirit to guide me. And that really has helped me. And I am complete. Thank you so much. I love you. I love Dr. Jewel. I love everyone. That opening of the portal, the heart, that is so powerful, to love and to give love. And now it's like, use your heart to love everybody. So it's been a wonderful experience, and I wanted to share. And I'm not afraid anymore to share, because I know maybe what I say can help someone else to open, to follow or get that freedom, because that freedom is just so wonderful. And I am complete.
Delicious.
Thank you, Barbara.
So much for sharing. Rev?
You know, as I am
Maybe
sitting
if Barbara
here,
Rev, you have anything? If not, we have Angela.
oh, yes, I had to unmute. Thank you. As I'm sitting here being Barbara with that moment you had, it never work again. That moment, we never know when we're going to have that moment that cracks open everything and we're new. You had that moment, and for the rest of your day, your whole demeanor was different. It was simply different. Kudos for doing the work and for letting it be received. Some people cannot stay in the energy. Some people just can't stay in the energy. They can't do it. And some people take themselves out, and some people are just not ready to hear the truth yet, and they bounce off. That's okay. They'll be back around. It's okay. Barbara Less on YouTube says, your Barbara's voice is so beautiful. It is, isn't it? It rings. Jiwa, anything you wanted to share about that as well?
Well, what comes to mind is the whole idea of sovereignty and what that really means. You know, I know in the spiritual community we throw a lot of catchphrases around and a lot of words around, thinking that we understand what those things are, and yet our actions betray us because we do things that don't mirror or reflect the phrases and the words that we're saying. And this lesson, I love this lesson. I love this lesson because, you know, spirit is basically throwing the covers off of everything, exposing every thought that we have about money, every thought we have about relationships, every thought that we have about everything. And just looking at how we look at things in relation to our minds. And anytime that we create something in our minds that makes us feel like other, we're not being sovereign, because sovereign is not other. Anytime we create something in our minds where we're the victim of our circumstances, you're not sovereign. You're not acting as God, because God, you can't be God and a victim at the same time. You know, so you're choosing constantly with your thoughts where you're standing on the pole of your beingness. Are you being God? Are you being sovereign? Or are you being a victim? And so this lesson is very powerful. I mean, it's like someone was saying in the chat, that it's worth reading over and over again until you can really examine everywhere where you are letting your mind create circumstances where you're a victim as opposed to sovereign. I had an experience with someone where they were in pain and they thought that pain was okay. And they were just living with it and didn't even realize that they were creating circumstances where they had to endure suffering. God doesn't suffer. God doesn't suffer. So that passage in there where you talk about, you know, the mask, I want to point it out again because that's so powerful, because it brought to mind that interaction that I had with that person about the mask that you put on. I hope I meant it. Oh, Lord, where is it? Oh, here we go. It's in paragraph 5. It says, starting from sentence 2, the body is endangered by the mind that hurts itself. The body suffers just in order that the mind will fail to see that it is the victim of itself. The body's suffering is a mask the mind holds up to hide what really suffers. It would not understand it is its own enemy, that it attacks itself and wants to die. So, on a moment to moment basis, we are always choosing based on our thoughts and our beliefs and our perceptions. Who do we say we are? You know, my teacher, Dr. Hugh Clark, always, has always creates these chestnuts, these sayings that, that you can carry around with you. And one of my favorite ones that she says is that who you are is not up to you. You're sovereign. You're the, image and likeness of God. That is not up to you. That is, it is what it is. But who you say you are that is up to you. So you can align with being a victim of your circumstances and have grievances based on that victimization, or you can align with your divinity and be sovereign. So, yeah, a lot to unpack with this lesson. I love this lesson. There's no gray in this lesson. It's all black and white, just like law is. Law is black and white. There's no gray. And so if you're looking to live a lawful life, law under God's laws, you're going to have to understand where the gray is in your life, where you're choosing, maybe even unbeknownst to yourself, to be a victim as opposed to sovereign. Even though you're saying you're sovereign, your actions may say that you're doing something other than that.
Like I thought that the best vitamins could save me.
Right.
These are the best vitamins.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what a sovereign being says.
Right. And
Vitamins
what's
can save anybody.
yeah, anything, seat belts, the right car, having enough money in the bank, all those things. I had a conversation with a friend of mine the other day, and she was sharing that, she said, right now I have $2.01 in my bank account.
Well, you got $2.01 extra. You don't need any of it, right? You're in the extra. Mm-hmm.
Right.
You're in abundance.
Yep. And she said, but that has not stopped me from doing anything that I wanted to do this week. I've been able to go to the movies. I've been able to go to do this. I've been able to do that. I've been able to, move around and do whatever I want to. And she said, then I got a call from my manager, because she works. And she said, the manager was talking about how much they appreciated her. And she was expecting the call because it's a yearly call that it happens in management. And she said how much she was being appreciated. And it was all these accolades that were happening. And at the end of the call, the manager said, okay, as a thank you, your profit sharing this year is $10,000. And you can expect
now you got $10,002.01.
Yeah. Yeah. So she went from $2 to $10,002.01 and a thank you. So, it's all about who you say you are. You're not, and giving, if you're looking to receive, you have to give first. That's the fundamental law of energy. You have to give in order to receive. So if you're waiting for your windfall, you're waiting for your blessing, you have to be a blessing first. You have to be of service or be generous. Be generous. And people think generous means being generous with money. It's not just money. It's generous with your time, generous with your attention, generous with your intention. energetics that we're speaking of. Energetics, not the physical things. So that's all I have for right now. I'm sure as we talk, there's more things will come up, but that was at the forefront of what I want to speak on. Who do you say you are? Because it's always up, it's not up to you who you are, but who you say you are, that is always up to you. And you get to choose. That's the whole purpose of free will and dominion. And so you want to put if you want to put the power of God, which is energizing your every thought, every deed, every motion, if you want to put the energy and the power of God behind something, why not align with your divine self as opposed to with your egoic self? Because your egoic self, the life that you're seeing right now, pictured in front of you, is being powered by the energy of God. And that's why if it's being traumatic or feels traumatic, it's really traumatic. And because your mind is powering it, and it can feel like an endless loop until you realize that you get to have a say. And I'm speaking from experience. And the catch is you have to move in a different direction. You have to think differently in order to get a different result. You can't hope for it. You can't wish for it. You have to apply. You have to take the step of faith that it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine to change your mind. There's no danger in changing your mind. There's no danger in willing with God. And so once you get over that, watch things happen in your life. Just watch your life unfold in a different way. If you want the things in your life to change, you have to change the way you look at the things in your life. It's that simple.
There are two questions that we have for Dr. Jiwa. Oh, Harmony, go.
Well, I just had to speak on that because, like when I had my experience after I left the government, or I was making so much money, and I thought that giving meant things. So when I first left my job, that was the first time ever since I was 14 years old that I wasn't working full time somewhere. So I had got so used to wrapping myself up in giving people things. I had to be the biggest giver, and it was always about things. So when I went down to having absolutely no income at all, I felt so less than. I didn't even feel like myself. Like there were points that I was just like so depressed over things that only had meaning to me. And in those moments you shared with me that giving isn't always about things. You showed me how I gave so much of my time, love, attention to so many people. And I was so sad mostly because at that time I couldn't give like I wanted to give to my niece. And at the time I think she was like 3. And when you ask her now, even to this day, like, Ricky, what do you want for your birthday? What do you want for Christmas? And all she'll ever say is, oh, I don't want too many things. I just want my family. So I was depressed over not being able to buy my niece tons of, and I ain't lying, y'all. I still buy her like at least 20 gifts for each occasion. But I used to get her like 60, like it was overkill. And I look at my brother's house and it's like so much stuff that I brought there that it's just stuff. And the stuff doesn't even make any sense. And I realized from a 3-year-old at the time that I was sad about something that she didn't even want. Like, so it made me feel validated, but she was good with it. Like, you can take Brooke to the store and tell her she can pick out anything in the world, and she'll pick out maybe one little thing. Like, she's not materialistic. And for her, the value is family, spending time. She wants to cuddle and watch movies or bake a cake. And for me, I was putting the value in how much I could give her as gifts, when half of that stuff had no meaning to her. None of it had any meaning to her. So I had to see that, because when you said it, Rev, I don't know if I believe it. I'm like, no, it's all about the thing. But when that baby said it, I was like, oh, that's not even what how I valued myself.
Mhm.
So it's just a huge awakening moment, and that's been since 2017. It's 2022, and you're absolutely right. When you change your mind, everything changes. So when I had that shift, everything in my life just started to click, 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 click. And funny little story. Yesterday, I saw this place in Myrtle Beach. You guys know how I love animals. And it was this animal safari that looked amazing. You would have thought you were in Africa. And I was like, oh, it was a yes in my spirit. I had to go there. I spent hours, way too much time, looking at the videos on this site. And then I went to look, and it was $339 a person. You can't take your phones because they want you to pay for their photo package, which was $150 a person. And I was like, $500 to go to the zoo. So all of a sudden, the place that I wanted to go to more than any place on earth, I felt like $500 was too much. And then I had to just laugh. And like Dr. G always says, who do you say you are? Like, you go to across the country like it's nothing, but then like something that's $500, you're like, oh no, that's too much. But you'll hop on a plane in a minute and go. So just having to always remember who I am. Sometimes you can easily forget, but once you click back into that memory, you just kind of laugh at what the ego wants you to think. So I love it when you call them little green pieces of paper, because that's really all they are. And they mean nothing when we think about our purpose, why we are here, and what value we can provide to others. So thank you. That's all I wanted to say. I'm complete.
You know, yesterday, Harmony, this is what came to my mind, a wave of appreciation for you.
As you're speaking, you're muted.
Oh, thank you for reminding me. Yesterday, Harmony, a wave of appreciation came over me with regard to you and Queen Hadassah and Queen Vashti. I was thinking about the mods that are in the room. And I remember every time, family, I have never entered Harmony's house without a big gift basket waiting there on the counter. And no matter who I was bringing, right? If I was, how many people are you bringing, Rev? If I brought 3 people with me and we're staying as guests in her house, she would have 4 gift boxes lined up at the door when you walked in the door. Now, you know, our family taught us bring a gift when you come, like bring a cake or bring a bottle of wine with a nice wine bag or bring a dish to give, you know, bring a hostess gift. She flipped the script. She gifted people who were coming to her house. So if you wonder, how are these mods on stage in this room and on this global experience we're having? It's because for years and through, we lost track of how much money we've all invested in what we're doing. We don't even keep count. It's spirit's money anyway, it's just energy. That's why they're here. Harmony has been doing this for years, faithfully. Giving when it was easy, when it was not easy, when she had a job, when she didn't have a job, when she had a husband, when she was separated from the husband, when she was in a relationship, when she was out of a relationship, when she got fired from the federal government, when she was working for the federal government. Do you see that essential nature of the giving, generous being she is? It was always there, like Oprah. It was always there. No matter what your outer circumstance, your essence shines through. And I can say that for Queen Hadassah, Queen Vashti, Dr. Jiwa, all of anyone in this community, Coach Michelle, Zaire, Coach Michelle, bomb.com. I have a tremendous amount of respect for her. Why? Because what I've seen her do consistently over years. And you know, some people come and go. Some people are curiosity seekers. Oh, what are y'all doing? Oh, they want to come to the next party. And some of us dig in our heels and get to work. We pick up that shovel and we don't stop digging until we find our gold. Okay? Be that person. Be that person. And I promise you.
Thank you. That was so sweet.
It's true.
True.
Isn't it? Dr. G, it's true. You went
I went to your house the first time and there was a gift basket. I'm like, what in the world?
to basket.
And I'm not talking about just like one thing. It was like 10 things in this basket. I was like, what in the world?
Gift basket with the whole box, everything you can use. The box, the this, the that. That's harmony. That's harmony. I just love that. Look how she got a cricket, and you'll know Harmony had major surgery. And Harmony got a cricket, never used a cricket before. And she sat down and she made merch for a 222 quantum manifestation. That's the give. She's a big giver. That's why she can leave her job and be completely taken care of and have a magnificent life and travel all over the globe and go to 9 countries in 10 days and all the magnificent things you see her doing. Because she's probably one of the biggest givers I know. She's the Oprah of the community. She is probably one of the biggest givers I know.
Mm-hmm.
It's her essence. It's who she is. And it doesn't change from her circumstances.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know, we've got to honor each other for what we see. We're seeing the reflection of God in all of us. And we get to honor it. That is the namaste. I see you and I see God as you. I see God when I look at you. I see the generosity of God when I look at Harmony. I see the fun and love of God and the teaching power of God when I look at Queen Hadassah, right? I see the healer of God when I look at Dr. Jiwa. We're seeing God. Are we recognizing that? What I'm seeing, I'm not seeing a human standing in front of me. If I reduced Harmony to a Black woman standing in front of me, that would be an audacious insult to the God that is Harmony. I won't do that. I got a question for you, Dr. Jiwa. Oh,
I wanted to ask, I wanted to add something just to what you said. You know, the whole assignment spacesuit thing is an interesting one. And I just wanted to, when you were speaking on it, I just wanted to expound on that just a little bit more.
please do.
In that, you know, when you pick your assignment to come in to the earth plane, you really want to have a full experience. So it's not by happenstance you come in as how you come in. Your parents have to be of the same consciousness as you are in order to come in order for you to come in. And then, you know, each race and each culture has a certain thing about it that allows the lesson to be more vibrant than if you were at a different race or a different culture. I mean, if you came in as a white woman with blonde hair, you're not going to have the same experience as a Black woman with dark skin living in the mid city. You know, it's going to be a different experience. And so these things are not happenstance. These are things that are deliberately selected. And so again, you're not a victim of your circumstances. These have been selected so that you can have your experience to the fullest, so that you can self-realize as sovereign. So I just wanted to add that.
Mm-hmm. I love how Kabbalah puts it. It said you picked it all. It was a whole assembly line in heaven, and you picked this, and then you picked where, and then you picked when, because your stars could align, right? And you picked the soul group. You know, I saw a vision once that heaven showed me of Michelle and Barack Obama when their souls were in heaven conspiring together to do what they would do when they got to the planet. And I saw a vision of a train that they were together, and then one got on the train, and that train moved out the station. That's that soul. And then the next one got on the next train, and that moved onto the station. And okay, we're on the train, and we're going to meet up. And so whatever the circumstances of your meeting up, that is tangential. That's a tangent to the main thing. The main thing is you already set all this up. Now you're walking it out. Is that video still out of Isis playing the Oracle in the Matrix?
Oh, yes.
Where is it? Is it on the Circles of Light Ministries website?
I don't know. I don't.
No,
Okay,
wait a minute.
if you YouTube her and put her name in, and you put in the Matrix, I think it'll come up.
Okay, good. Because there's a video you must watch, family. And here is the video that you must watch. It is so Carolyn Fuqua just put in her
Caroline, YNE.
There it is, Carolyn Fuqua, and then put in Matrix. Okay, let's put in Matrix. And she's playing the Oracle in the Matrix. This video, there it is, right here. This is the video you have to watch. The Oracle with Dr. Carolyn Isis Fuqua.
Yeah, Caroline. Yeah.
What'd you say?
Caroline.
Oh, Caroline.
Why
Why do I always say Carolyn? She's Caroline.
E on the end.
Okay, Caroline. Well, I always only called her Isis, so I never even really fooled around with her avatar name.
Right.
Isis is the divine name. That's what we always call her, Isis, right? Spelled Isis. It's Isis. And here in this video, she tells you, I hope this video goes viral and blows up. She enacts one of the most pivotal scenes in all the Matrix. This is why when you come to the Christian Witches Convention this May, Memorial Day weekend, get your tickets at christianwitches.com. This is why we have the Matrix on Saturday night at the party, a Matrix party where you come dressed as your most, not only dressed as the Matrix character, embodying the energy and essence. Make us believe that you are cipher. Make us believe. When you walk in the door, we need to say, there goes Trinity. That's what we need to say, okay? Not just outfit. Anybody can get a pair of black glasses. That's not what we're talking about, family. We're talking about make us believe that. Like I'm telling you, when Robert was Papa Legba, he kind of had us a little nervous because we
Oh,
were was anybody in Papa Legba? He didn't break the trance. He didn't break it.
Not. He was great.
At the Christian Witches Convention, he had the bones around the arm. He looked, oh my God, because it was American Horror Story. Coven, American Horror Story Coven, I think was the
theme.
Or was it? It was American Horror Story, right?
Yeah.
So you can come as any character from American Horror Story because we're always going to do something magical, something that reminds us of truth as the theme. Well, this theme of the Matrix is reverberating from this scene that exactly expresses what we are saying here about past lives, because the Oracle is sitting on the bench speaking with Neo. And remember, her bodyguard fought Neo first, right, before he could even get in there. And then once he's there, he sits down and she said, "Want a piece of candy?" And he reached for it and then he said, "You already know what I'm going to do." She said, "Wouldn't be much of an oracle if I didn't." And then he said, "Pooh, now where's my choice in that?" You know, Neo is like asking questions. "You already know what I'm going to do. Where's my choice?" She said, "You made the choice before you got here. Now you're here to figure out why you made that choice. You already made the choice. You already chose. You already chose. You already chose to be in this life. You already chose all these people. You already chose your mama, your daddy. You already chose. Now you're here to walk out. Why the hell did I choose this? Walk out your choice. Stop thinking all this stuff happened and fell on your head randomly. Stop thinking that. 2 questions for Jiwa. First, a simple one that I see in comments. This is a simple question. And then the second one is quite simple as well, but it may take a little bit more to respond. Dr. Jiwa, Soul Whisperer wants to know, Dr. Jiwa, is your book available as audio?
Yes, it is. It's on my website. So if you go to store.drjewa, DRJEWA.com, you go to my store on my website. And
Say that again, store dot.
drjewa.com.
Oh, no wonder, because I had Lee in there. Okay, thank you. Okay, and where do we go?
And it should be right there, the first thing. See it?
Look at that, audiobook. Beautiful. And you went into the studio and recorded this, isn't
Yeah,
it?
I had it professionally recorded in a studio.
Hmm?
I said I had it professionally recorded in a studio, and it was fun. It was a fun project.
I love it. Yeah. I saw that on Instagram that you were in the studio with your headphones on. How long did it take you to record your whole book?
I took my time with it because reading for extended periods of time is and consistently, and then also
and with the proper
right,
for
yeah,
people to listen is
and listen to it and making sure that your volume and your tone and your how you say things is consistent all the way through. Well, that's a lot of work. I take my hats off to people who are professional readers, on audiobooks. That is a talent and a skill. It took me about a month to do it.
And how many sessions and about how long were the sessions?
I didn't work no more than 3 hours at a time.
Mm-hmm.
And that included, going over things and refining things, and it wasn't every day. It was probably like 3 days a week for a month.
Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
So would you say somewhere between 9 and 12 hours a week?
9 and 12 hours, so probably 12 to 16 hours total of, just going through it and making sure, that it was on point. Because I had in front of me a masterful producer and tech guy, and so he was always, okay, you need to say that again because didn't sound like the last time. He was really on it, and I was very appreciative, very thankful for him. And I know that I put that in front of me because I had an idea of what I wanted, and so I made sure I got what I wanted.
Yes. The next question is Jail's. I'm supposed to be, well, she did not ask the question. She shared it in the chat. So I do want to make that clear. I'm supposed to be here right now because I'm suffering from IBS, which I know is all in my mind. Thank you, Kaisi. What would you say to Jail for inspiration and support for that experience?
Right. So, digestive problems, just like any other problem, goes back to grievances. What are you churning in your head? And it may be subconscious. You may not even know that you're churning something. But, you want to look consciously on the conscious level. Where are you churning things that you just can't stomach, that you just don't, want to happen, or you are intolerable. They are intolerable. You can't stomach it. There's no coincidence that the phrases that we use mirror the things that are actually happening. I can't stomach the situation. Well, that's an analogy for a grievance. And so what's happened is that grievance has grown over time, that now you have inflammation in the bowel. And so once you address the grievance, the irritation in your bowel no longer will have to be there, because the irritation in your bowel is a response to the grievance. Dr. Mortar used to say that any ailment is a cure and cure in air quotes for the thought that you're holding or the unlearned lesson. Learn the lesson and the cure goes away. And I know we don't think of disease processes as a cure, but it's basically a response. That's basically what keep saying, that the disease process is a response to the thought. Change the thought, the disease process will have to resolve because it's there because of the thought. And so that's one of the things that, when people come to me, that's the things that we unpack. We unpack the grievances. And with the technique, we're able to look at subconscious emotional memory patterns. So things that you may not be aware of on the surface, that are playing in the background, that are running things. They say that your subconscious mind is 90+% of your thoughts. And so unpacking that reveals a lot. And so, it may not just be your, but the IBS that you're experiencing. That get resolved with your grievances. The whole host of things gets resolved by addressing your grievances. The IBS is just one of. And so you can do this on your own. And just start looking at what things that you just don't want to stomach, don't want to, digest or be a part of, or integrate it with. And look at everything. Not the things that are truly disturbing, but look at everything, even the things that you think that you can tolerate or are tolerable in your mind. Everything is suspect. Everything. Even good thoughts are suspect. Even the quote unquote good thoughts are suspect. So just look at everything. That would be my advice.
Delicious. Okay, who's next?
Hi, I am Angela, and I tell you what, where have you been in this community all my life? But I know it's more about synchronicity than anything, relearning, retraining the mind. So I have not been following you guys or following Reverend Valerie very long. I've told this story to some other people that January, I was sitting on the beach in Mexico, and I said to myself, well, I guess I've done all the service that I can. The church didn't understand the gift, the victim mentality. They didn't understand my gift, and I just can't find a community where I fit, blah, 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 blah. Got home to Ohio, was laying on the bed, meditating, didn't listen to my inner knowing, and answered the phone for my precious mother-in-law, who is a gift of learning to me. Listened to her, had the dialogue, and from February 28th, spirit synchronicity just took over. I don't know how. I'm just saying I don't know how. I connected with you and this community on Clubhouse, and then I went to YouTube, and then it's like, oh my goodness, this is it. This is what I've been looking for. Studying the Christian witches, and I have been in spiritual circles and tried to do the Course in Miracle, and it was like blah, blah, blah. And one of the blockages I know that I had is because coming out of a Pentecostal Christian church, being in ministry, blah, 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 and hearing the wording of it, I just couldn't tolerate it at the time. But this is the time. And I'm telling you what, it is definitely the mind. I didn't think I would share this on the stage, but it keeps coming up. So February 28th, after I had the conversation with my mother-in-law, I had to sit back and say to myself, this isn't working. Trying to be the normal girl isn't working. Trying to, be good and be kind and all the things that families expecting of you, that, this is not working. You have to allow that mystic part of you, your inner knowing, listening to your intuition to guide you. Needless to say, I've been, going through the lessons, and man, the grievance lessons, it has just been working with me. And my blood pressure has been fine for years. Going through this, my blood pressure spikes. So I take deep breaths and I'm going within, working through the lessons, knowing that first of all, I just need to sit down, slow down. There's nothing wrong with being slow and taking your time. And Reverend Valerie, you hit on it several times about synchronicity, not following the system of the world and how it's set up in time, but going into your inner knowing and synchronizing with the divine time. So I tell you what, an untrained mind, and my mind has been untrained for a while now. And just even through listening to the different conversations brought up by different people on the stage, it's still retraining of the mind. Just be patient, just slow down. You have time. You have time. No worries, just flow. So I'm telling you what, I said all of this to say, this is a divine moment in time that I have intersected with this community. Christian witch, man, you talking about liberating, because how can you be a Christian and how can you be a witch, or how can you be a Christian and how can you be a mystic? And I'm from Savannah, Georgia, with a lot of family that are, just traditional Christians, good people, but man, renewing of the mind, owning my sovereignty and being able to sit in stillness when they say or do whatever they're going to say or do, that I can know from within who I am. So thank you so much. Thank you to this community. And I have all your books, Reverend Valerie. I'm decoding myself. I got the Christian Witches book. I'm watching the videos. It's like, yes. This is what I've been waiting for. Like, how did I not know about this community? How did I not know about her? But anyway, I know it's divine timing. So thank you, and I will yield the mic.
Ooh, Angela, I gotta show your picture too. I like showing pictures on YouTube of all our beautiful beings that are speaking. Angela, you made my day, because I gotta tell you something, Angela. When the word Christian witch came out my mouth, I was terrified. Y'all can still watch that video. It's October 22nd of 2011 is when it came out, when I came out publicly as a Christian witch. Everybody in my life knew I was a witch. I never had talked about it on social or anything like that. It didn't even occur to me to talk about it like that on social. And then one day, Spirit said, share that, share your journey. I said, oh, okay. And I knew exactly what it was talking about, because, you could feel it. I could feel, and let me not say I knew exactly what it was talking about. I knew what the inspiration was that I received. And so I put on my little makeup and I get myself ready and I turn on the camera, and it wasn't live, it was a recording. And as I'm speaking, I'm talking about how I was in the Christian experience, and I was always drawn to tarot cards and crystals, and I was having this inner battle because it was like, no, you got to be one, or you got to be this, and the witches didn't like it, and the Christians didn't like it, and da-da-da-da-da. And then out came Christian witch out of my mouth. I had never heard the thing before. Even though 3 years before that, 2008, I believe it is, the first ever Christian witch book came out. And it was quite the stir. And she was way ahead of her time. And that was Adelina St. Clair. And I still have, I have a witch hat named after her, because this witch was so far ahead of the time. This is the book, The Path of the Christian Witch. And I tell you, do you see this book right here? This book, I think, has been read by thousands of people all over the world, maybe millions. Can you see that this is so mind-boggling? Christian witch, I knew nothing about this. I knew nothing about this when I said it, which is very interesting that I was not making up anything. I was tapping into a stream that was already there. And so when I said Christian witch at the end of the video, I almost deleted it because I was so terrified. I was like, and I kept going in the video. If you watch the video, I just kept going. I was just in the spirit. When I finished, I was like, holy shit, what was that? And then I looked at them, I'm like, no, y'all setting me up again. I done died 50 million lifetimes. They drowned me in one lifetime. They burned me at the stake a couple of times. Y'all trying to get me taken out again. I'm not going out like that. Christian witch, they gonna come for me. That was my thinking. And I got to change my mind. And I'm telling you, I almost deleted that video. That video came so close to being deleted. It was on a razor thin edge. Between fear and love, I was teetering on the razor thin edge. I was tightrope, and the love just pressed the button. I'm telling you, my hand was shaking when I pressed the button to upload. They're gonna come get me. They're gonna kill me, but I got to do it anyway. And I tell you, I uploaded that video, and here came in the comments all the reflections of all my thoughts. So that's horrible. You going to hell, you're going to die. Some people, oh my God, God has cursed you and damned you. Some people, oh my God, this is exactly what I was thinking. Oh my God, I was thinking that, but I was too scared to say it. And all the reflections of the fears and the love in my consciousness came forward. What a journey. That was 11 years ago. What a journey. Since then, we have the Christian Witches podcast, Christian Witches Facebook, I put up the Christian Witches Facebook. Nothing that I put up that says Christian Witches did we ever have to market to anybody. I put it up and 500 people would show up. What? I put another post, just what I was experiencing. Another 1,000 people show up. I looked up 10,000 Christian Witches on the Christian Witches Facebook fan page. I never asked for one subscriber on the Christian Witches YouTube channel. Thousands of subscribers. I never asked for one follower on Instagram. Christian Witches, thousands of followers, more followers, just flocking every day. It's what we understand intuitively that Christ was a magician, one of the greatest magicians that ever walked the earth. But they don't want you to know that. So if you read the Nag Hammadi library and you start to understand what was really going on with Christ, and that Mary Magdalene was the number one apostle, and that she was a master teacher, and that they were fighting. They were mad. Peter wanted to pick a fight with her. And they talk about how he used to kiss her on the mouth and all of that. And she was his divine companion. He was like yin and yang. Mary Magdalene was the chief apostle, and a magnificent teacher. Do you think they really wanted you to know that? So in the 3rd and 4th century, when the Romans really reconfigured everything, came up with the Council of Nicaea, came up with what the Bible is and what the Bible isn't, burned everything else. When we went through this is 300 and 400 years after Jesus. So what you have now in Christianity, you walk into any Christian church, that was all contrived. And we have proof. We have proof. We have the paper trail. We have the smoking gun that was all made up. Mostly by bloodthirsty, slaving people who owned most slaves of all, Romans, despots and killers, and used to have boy toys in the house, boy slaves that they just used to fuck anytime they feel like it. That's Roman civilization. And that's what made this brand of Christianity. And it's still standing, the Roman Catholic Church. And it's what Revelation calls what does it call it? It calls it sort of like an abomination standing in a holy place. It's very interesting. It's standing in a holy place. And yet it's telling us this is what God wants from you. Go a little deeper. Thank you for being here, Angela. Thank you for being here. Who's next?
Can I ask Angela what part of Ohio? I'm in Cleveland.
Ooh.
I'm in Cincinnati.
Ooh, baby, I'm gonna come down for some papados.
Sounds wonderful. I'm telling you, this is the time I thought I was the only one, and I was resigned to just, I guess, drink my life away.
You're not the only one. Many people around the world. As a matter of fact, Christianity has a long, delicious relationship with magic. At one point, the priests were the only ones doing magic because they had the holy water, they had the words, they could read Most people couldn't read. People were not literate, you know. Okay, Alina says, I was trying to put Reverend Valerie, we are on lesson 76, but you put 75 on YouTube. Oh, thank you. We'll correct that. Thank you so much. Correction. Thank you for that. That is very important. Okay, who's next?
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
I have to say, yesterday was a great day. The light has come. I saw so many synchronicities. I was calm. I was at peace. I was talking to strangers. People were happy talking to me. I got percentages off of buying things. I'm like, what? Life is good. So the small synchronicities, jot them down, because then you start seeing the big ones. So the light has come. And today's lesson, to know that you're the one that can heal yourself and you don't need the pills. But it's going to take some work for the no pills, because you're so used to that being your daily life, or that being what society says you have to do. If you're not feeling well, you take a pill. It's ingrained, so it's a de-learning of those things. So I'm going to work on that one as well. But thank you for doing these Course in Lessons, Course in Miracles. These lessons are great. I'm complete.
Latoya, I too had quite a magical day filled with light and serenity yesterday. Isn't it profound how you can set your intention up top? That this is the kind of day you're going to have, and there you have it. Beautiful.
It wasn't even hard.
Effortless, huh? Effortless. I love that. Who's next?
Grand Rising, good morning.
Good morning, Grand Rising.
I'd like to thank you for my spiritual aspect this morning. Thank you so much. A lot of things.
Tadelsia! How you loving Tadelsia?
A lot of things went through my brain while I was jotting down notes this morning. So a couple of the songs I thought about was Man in the Mirror, Michael Jackson, of course. Free yourself and free your mind, and the rest will follow, in Vogue. And then you all were just talking about pills. They use a lot of pills in music, even to sedate and keep one at their lower level. But that's a whole different story. What I did like was a few things that came back to memory that you had talked about in the past. Was if I come into your house, look at your altar, I can tell you what you're supposed to be doing. That was one of the thoughts that came to me from one of your past sessions while you were talking. And then for Miss Bell, it was if you do it for free, that's what you're supposed to be doing. And then I like the African safari thing had me, Tam. The $500. I was like, okay, traveling all across the country, but the $500, that had me. And then, but again, that's just our mind. Like, okay, we can spend $1,000 on this and not spend it on this. Let's see here. I love when you talked about the races. There's no spirit or sexes in heaven. We are all just spirits. When you broke it down, it was like, there's no black people, no Chinese people, no Asian people, no. I'm like, that is correct, because when we leave the body, we are not a color or a sex. We are designed to worship. So I don't think traditional, I guess, would be the appropriate word. Christians have thought of it quite like that, to that breakdown extension. I didn't catch I was trying to catch that first name when you started talking about some of our legends. Like I recognize Nelson Mandela, I recognize Malcolm X. I couldn't quite catch that first name, although you had said it like 3 times. I couldn't.
Victor, Victor, last name Frankl. And the book is Man's Search for Meaning by Victor. Oh, Victor is spelled Viktor. Yeah, Viktor. E. Frankl, Frankl. It is fascinating because he had actually written a book and it was a book about meaning, and he had the manuscript on him when they found him and took him into the concentration camp. It's a fascinating story. This book is by no means that's why it's a #1 bestseller. This book is by no means a human endeavor. He was in Auschwitz. Yeah, he was in Auschwitz. And buried people. You know, they dug graves every day, not knowing if they were going to be in it or somebody else.
Mhm.
Oh, actually, it says he was in 4 different labor camps. 4 different camps. One was Auschwitz. And his parents, brother, and pregnant wife all died. So, well, why are we saying that? Didn't we just say that when we looked on the heavenly factory where the assembly line is, and you pick your this and you pick your that and you pick your that?
We did talk about the assembly line.
Yeah. That him and his wife had made that pact before they came. They all knew like this was not meaningless and empty and just killing millions of people for no reason. This is all to teach us something. This is all for our soul's journey. Yes, continue, Denelzia.
Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that. I'm just writing notes while you're doing it. I just recently learned about that I normally take like a gift to people when I go to their homes. So I'm familiar, you take a plate or you call them, you ask them what they want to eat, or you take a bottle of wine or something. But until recently, till I started actually mingling more in the community, I had started getting gifts. I wasn't used to that. So that was different. I was like, oh, you got me? Okay, thank you. But that has been recent. But I wasn't used to that previously, before. So I was glad that you had brought up that point as well. And then let's see. Thank you for the reminder. I need to put my books on audio. Now, what is a cricket besides a little bitty insect?
Oh, Harmony can answer that question. She has one.
You said she used her cricket.
Yeah. Let me unmute. I'm talking and I didn't unmute. I said Harmony could answer that one. She has the cricket. She can answer that one. What's a cricket, Harmony? I don't know if Harmony can speak. It's actually a machine.
What?
It's a machine
Okay.
that she used to make crafts. It's a crafts machine. It's a whole world. It's a whole world. Like it's a whole section in Michael's. It's a whole thing. Cricket is a whole thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know a little bit about it. I have a friend who has one.
Pause for a moment. I wasn't unmuted. Okay. Dr. Jewett can answer more about that.
Yeah, it's like a graphics machine, and that's in very simplistic terms. It does much more than that, but you can make graphics, you can make signs, you can make T-shirts, with the graphics. You can do letters in different kind of fonts. So yeah, it's a whole thing.
No, it's an actual machine where you actually make physical things.
Oh wow. Okay. All right.
Like, you know, at 222, or you want at 222 at Wealthy Goddess. Remember we had the Wealthy Goddess shirts?
Yes.
You can make
yes.
something like that on it. And yeah, you make that on it.
Okay. The cricket.
Yes.
Yes, that sounds delicious. And then I did Google when you were talking about Dr. Caroline Isis Whoop.
Isis, not ISIS. Isis.
Okay, so it's not like the goddess Isis, Isis.
No,
It is like
the
the goddess Isis.
It's the correct pronunciation of that word. It's actually Isis. If you go over to Egypt, they don't say ISIS, they say Isis.
Did you hear that, Denelsia? Did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, I did. Okay. Wow. Okay.
And I want to say something about this. It's not like ISIS won't hear you if you call her ISIS. I mean, people have been calling her ISIS for the longest, even on TV shows, right? And when you learn something, you do something different, right? It's an up level. It doesn't mean that what you was doing before was wrong. Don't ever make yourself wrong or bad or feel guilty. It is what it is. Okay, I learned something new. I'm gonna do something different. That's all.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
Okay. Now you said she had something to do with the Matrix.
No. Are you with us, Denelsia? But you know what it is? You know what it is, Denelsia? I think you would probably benefit more because of your learning style from watching on YouTube. Because on YouTube, we do the screen share and you can see every single thing. Not to say that Clubhouse is not good. They're all good. You must know your learning style. So you're a visual learner. You're like a scribe. And Denelsia takes notes like you wouldn't believe, copious notes. And you can go and ask Denelsia anything from any day. And if she was there, she will tell you we talked about this, and then we talked about this, and then we talked about this. Like she got it. Okay. Now, and that is such a gift and a gift and a skill. It's a gift and a skill. And by the way, her book is yummy too. I was reading her book and I just love how she wrote in that book. What a poetic tongue. So Denelsia, it probably would be good for you, for your learning style, to watch on YouTube, because there it's visual. You can see the screen shares and you can see the actual books that we show. And we do a lot of screen share on the YouTube. So everyone, whatever works best for you and what works best for you at the time. Because if you're in the laundromat, turn on Clubhouse, pop the earbuds in. Hopefully you're not at the laundromat. If you're taking a walk, let's say, you're taking a walk, you're gonna go for like a 3 or 4 mile walk, pop the earbuds in and let the Clubhouse play again, the replay play again, right? So we have audio, we have many, and then you all can speak to us. See, things happen on Clubhouse that don't happen on YouTube. I don't hear your voices on YouTube. I read your comments. But then we don't read comments on Clubhouse, even though they do have a comment section now. I'm not interested in that, but they do have a comment section, okay? We're interested in hearing your voices, hearing your share, and being a powerful community that moves everyone onward and upward. Everyone. Journey, I'm gonna come for you. I'm gonna get you, Journey. And then Denelsia can continue. I'm saying this because it aligns with the community. In your shared journey, and I'm gonna say this 50 million times until I get it all the way in my mind. Journey, where's Journey's message that I'm gonna get? I said I'm gonna get Journey. Wait a minute, let me get this. Here it is. God morning. I have been listening intently in Clubhouse, making sure I receive this blessed message. Grateful another day to hear from Dr. G with Rev and all my tribe sisters. Stop it! All my tribe sisters. Now let me tell y'all a story about how ratchet we were with the divine masculine. Are you ready? Family, are you ready? Because this is just showing me my negation of the divine masculine. You've heard powerful men. You got men right here in the chat with you right now. Robert, the incredible lion, came on the other day, our sun warrior. Let me share something with you that happened. We were in an intensive healing experience, and it was about 50 of us. And there was, I think, one brother in it and 49 women. One, maybe two. It could have been two brothers and 48, and it was 50 of us. And we had a divine assignment. And this was an intense healing experience. Intense. And you'll have to have these experiences yourself. I can't reveal all the things that happened. I can only tell you this part of it. I can't tell you when it happened, where it happened, who was involved. I can't tell you any of those things. I can't tell you what we were doing. I can't tell you any of those things. You have to go have these experiences for yourself. I can tell you a learning that came out of it without revealing anything else. Any of the people that were in it, none of that. So don't ask me any questions about this thing. Because I can tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. Okay, so in this intense learning experience. And we all came back from this intense learning experience saying that we had accomplished the thing that we were to have accomplished. And we were asked, where's your brother? And we looked around. Not only had we not noticed that he was not with us, we didn't know where he was. We didn't even know where he was. It's like we just stone cold dropped him. We did not know where, when they asked us, we didn't know that. We didn't even notice he wasn't with us.
Wow.
We're all back. Okay, we're back. We're done. Where's your brother? And then we look around. Oh, well, where is he? And she said, you can tell that this was probably my spiritual mama, Reverend Dr. Yana Van said. She said, and that's exactly what you'll do in your life with regard to the divine masculine. That's exactly what you do in your life with regard. You leave them. You don't care about them. She has whole men only workshops. She has whole men this and men that, and the men love her. She has no problem with the men. The men flock to her. And we were like, we had to go back and find him. We didn't even know where he was. And not only that, we didn't even know that he was missing. It wasn't even in our conscious awareness that the presence of the divine masculine was not with us. That is unacceptable in the spiritual community. I hear y'all say it again. I'm coming for you because I'm just correcting it in my mind. That is not acceptable. Masculine and feminine, everywhere you go, it's law. It says gender, the law of gender, masculine, feminine, feminine, masculine, feminine, masculine. And you want to chop off a whole half of yourself. I'm just talking to myself. And leave them where? God knows where. Oh, where is the divine masculine? I don't know. Wonder why you ain't got a man. Wonder why men don't cater to you. Wonder why men are not taking care of you. All the men in my life take care of me. Yesterday, I had an issue with the Wi-Fi. I was like, Davey, do you think I went to solve that problem? Hell to the no, not when there's men. Davey. I'm on it. I got it. Boom, done. That's what the divine masculine is for. I don't know what y'all are doing. Whatever y'all are doing with your life, I'm about to put all the witches on assignment that's in the mystery school. You better go find the divine masculine in your life for the next 30, 40 days. And you better love up on that divine masculine. You got to go lurk. Do you know how many men I talk to every day? Just so I can make sure and remember I'm in divine masculine and divine feminine, because in my work, so much feminine shows up. You look in my WhatsApp, who I'm talking to, it's mostly men. Robert, Wiz, Jared, Colton, it's mostly men. I don't sit and talk to bitches all day. You really think I want to sit and talk to women all day? Fuck that. No. Give me some men. Now stop it, y'all. Get on with the men. Come on now. Coming here the other day, he was pouring honey, and what was I doing? I was being quiet, soaking it up. Couldn't get enough.
Yes.
Couldn't get enough.
If y'all need one, y'all just visit me. I can send you one of mine. I got too many.
Come on, girl. Collect them. You need to have divine masculine for everything. Steve Harvey told you need a good 4 men. One that can knock your back out, one that can have good conversation with you over books, one that can, lift all your stuff and move all your stuff. One, I was like, ooh, Steve Harvey, I like how you're talking. You need to have a few of them, maybe one that prays with you and all that. Ooh, Steve Harvey, I like how you're talking this. Come on. I will raise my love of the divine masculine and my acknowledgement of the law of gender, feminine and masculine, feminine and masculine. Stop saying sisters, you're running away to men. Stop coming into the room talking about, hey, ladies. You don't even acknowledge your brothers are here. You don't even acknowledge the masculine. I made them put a black seat in there for the one brother. When I saw David register for 222, what did I do, Harmony? I ran to Harmony. Harmony, there's a man coming. Was so happy. There's a man spotting. And I told that sister that was doing the room, I said, I will not let us make a space for the divine masculine and make the divine masculine welcome here. We're not going to have a divine masculine sitting on a pink cushion all day. No. Because for me, that was feminine. I don't know, maybe pink is masculine too. For me, it was feminine. I said, can we put another? She said, I got a black one. I said, beautiful. We'll have a black one to honor this brother that comes in the door. I never met him before in person. I don't know who he is. When he comes in, he's most welcome here. And bring your brothers. Do you really think we could do this without the divine masculine? Cannot. Yeah, I got to really work on my divine masculine. I'm going deeper with it. Yeah. Okay, Journey. Okay, everyone. Journey was simply saying my thoughts. So I take full responsibility for it. I take responsibility for my thoughts. Yes? Beautiful. Correct that, Whitworth. We're going to get I love lashing people before it's even 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay, who's next? Oh, Danelle Z, I don't know if you were complete before I had to share that. Were you complete, Danelle Z?
Let me look at these notes.
Danelle Z is funny.
I believe it was Angela who said to slow down. Was that you, Angela? I think it was Angela. Well, either way it go, what came to my mind was Robert Kiyosaki's Leaving the Rat Race, when she talked about slowing down and liberation. But other than that, that's what that was all I had to talk about. And I like the phrase abomination in a holy place. So
that's from the book of Revelation.
Roman Catholics.
That's from the book of Revelation in the Bible.
Things of that nature. So yes, I'm complete.
Okay. I think I think that is from which chapter? Oh, it's not in the book of Revelation. It is in the book of Matthew. Oh, yeah, the prophet Daniel talked about that. When you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by the prophet Daniel standing in the holy place, yeah, an abomination standing in a holy place it's like something is standing in a holy place, a place of holiness, telling you that they're for God, yet they're really an abomination. I love lashing. I like that soul whisper. Who's next? And then we can turn off hand raising if we got everyone to the stage. Who's next?
I think Alina's next.
Alina, come on, goddess. Come on, goddess. Thank you for the correction this morning. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Greetings. So I'm very thankful for the fairy that's on the stage. It helps a lot. But I looked up the other day, and I'm very thankful for the magical witch that's on the stage, Kaisi. I looked up some stuff about the attributes of fairies and witches and stuff, and I was really thankful for yesterday's lesson. I was on YouTube, and every day I'm still on my only function is the one guy gave me.
I love today's lesson too. I'm under no law but God's. So I've been doing stuff that's out of the ordinary, and I look and see how people reaction is to IEC. And a lot of times this shit we make up in our own minds. Sometimes people ain't really even thinking about us or whatever law or mandate is out. I think we just be thinking about stuff. I'm starting to learn a lot about myself. And so I had a magical day. I was doing deliveries yesterday, and I was getting all this money and more than what the deliveries were. And I was like, I wonder what fairies do. This is what I was saying. I said, so I was saying little stuff to people. I was saying, have a magical day. And I put like a picture of a little emoji and just, it's beautiful out. And one man came to the door. He said, you said it's beautiful out? And he was like, look at, I left the delivery on his door. He said, you said it's beautiful out? And I say, yeah. So then the tip changed. I wasn't doing it for the tips. I was just doing what fairies be doing, little stuff, like little magical stuff. I'm not a fairy, but I was looking it up because I'm so enthralled by some of the stuff that Harmony does. So I just was like, well, what do? They need gifts. And so I said, well, let me just leave these little like emojis and tell people. And then one man came outside and told me he was just packing up everything and leaving and going to just live, him and his wife, wherever they want to live. They were selling their home. And then I met a football player in the NFL. He came out to the car. I was supposed to bring to his door. He comes running out to the car. He says he's leaving the Dallas Cowboys. Sorry, y'all, because I live in Texas. And he's going to Miami, and he gave me this large tip. And then I met another person that was a star. So my daughter said, I did deliveries before. I never met all these people. Why are these people coming out to your car? She said, well, you're supposed to be living on that stuff. Why are they telling you their business? She said, I did that, Mom, for years, 2 years. I never had the experience that you're having right now. I said, I know, I don't understand what it is. So I just want to thank you guys for just talking about your attributes and stuff, because it's really helping me. So I just was like sprinkling fairy dust with a little note. You can leave them a little note. I don't have a beautiful day. It's nice out, little stuff. And then I used to have judgment. Early in the morning, I was getting people that want alcohol early in the morning. So I said, why are you talking about people in your mind? You're making all this shit up about people. You don't know what they're going through. So I said, okay, I got this big alcohol order and I had to pick it up for specs. It was for, I said, okay, I took a deep breath. And then I was saying, my holiness is, my holiness can't do it. But no, my holiness blesses you. I was just saying that on these ones because it's early in the morning. I was just saying, okay. And then the lady came to the door. She was shaking. You have to get their ID and stuff, so you can't leave those at the door. She came to the door. Her hands were shaking. And you have to say, are they sober or not? I said, well, I ain't no damn doctor. Who cares if they sober? They in their damn house. So I put, okay. And then I take the picture of the thing. And she asked me for a hug.
Oh.
That brought tears to my eyes. I couldn't even go to the next appointment.
Wow.
She had all this big old box of alcohol, and her hands were shaking. And then she said, will you give me a hug? And I did. I'm not afraid I'm going to get anything. Some of y'all, don't be afraid of me, y'all. I don't think I'm going to get anything. So, and then I hugged her, and I got in my car, and I was like, I don't know what people be going through, And so then I said, it's nice out today. She said, yes, it is. I said, well, maybe you can come on the porch. You have a nice little chair here. She said, I never thought about doing that. I said, well, just maybe go on the porch and just get some sun. And then I got in my car. And I just want to say thank you guys for talking about your attributes and, and how they can help us in our everyday life. I was just sharing. I'm not a fairy, but I can do fairy things.
I love that, Alina. I love that because fairies do go around spreading, fairy dust and all of this. And making things pretty and making the mushrooms grow and the little toadstools and all that. They're also kind of mischievous too, especially the pixies going on to the pixie people. The pixies are a little, and the sprites, they're a little spicy, So fairies, there's a range from the very lovely fairies to the ones that be like, hiding your keys, like doing stuff like that. Harmony's house, full of fairies. If you go in her sacred space upstairs, full of fairies. I went in there, I was like, ooh, yeah, okay, it's all lit up in here. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. She's one of the few that can have that many fairies in the house with her, because most people, and the fairies love her because she loves animals, she loves nature and all that. She's a kind and giving spirit. And so since she's a fairy, the fairies love, they flock to her. Other people would not be able to have a sane existence with that many fairies in their house. Journey, I love your comment. That was surely a display of my so-called daddy issues, my first image of a divine masculine, and refusing to, and my own grievances that he proved not to be. There are no grievances in God's love. Ashe. Mine too. And now I love on Edward Diaz every minute I get. I love on him in spirit realms and every chance I get. Who's next?
Guys, wait a minute. For the next one, I forgot to tell you guys, I'm the guest speaker on 2 events in April, and I didn't even ask for this.
Ooh, talk about it. Where?
Yeah, one is in Dallas and one is in Utah. And so I was, they was asking me to come to the event. I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna come. And they sent out the flyer, and I was like the main speaker. I was like, wait a minute. I was wondering why one of the lady asked me to speak for 30 minutes. And she said, Alina, I can't wait to see what you're going to say about self-care, because you break words down. You're probably going to come from an angle that ain't nobody going to be expecting. And I said, okay. And then I looked on the thing and it says, and featuring Alina Brown. I was like, huh? I was like, oh, okay.
Hello.
And then on the next one, she was announcing all her people. And then she said our main person was Alina Brown. So I was like, oh, okay. I'm being pushed into, this is where I said, Kaisi, this is what I was saying. This is where Kaisi come in. I was like, okay, Kaisi, I see you, I hear you. Because sometimes I'll be, in my mind, I'll be like, oh, I don't know how this is going to work out. And then I'll be like, oh, okay. All right, just be quiet. Just be quiet. You're making all this shit up. Just be quiet. Stop making all this stuff up. It's not like that. And then my daughter looked at the last thing I wanted to tell you. The deliveries I did, I made double in tips. Double what the deliveries were.
Double, and definitely took care of your lifestyle now that you've left your job.
Yeah, but I left it, and Angel's been holding me accountable because somebody called me about a job. I wasn't gonna say that. Why you mention that? But I didn't take it. So,
Good for you, because what happens is when you do make a distinction, when you make a decision like that, almost every day the course uses the word temptation. That we will receive temptation to go back. Temptation. That's what it is temptation. Because so many people tell me that when they leave their job, they get all these job offers. Well, what about this much money? Do you really believe it? Or do you only believe it up to this amount of money? You won't take a job for 60,000, but if they say 100,000, you'd be like, okay, I'm in.
Yeah, and then I was like, how's things gonna be taken care of? But when I'm meeting all these people that they were quitting their jobs, Kaisi yesterday, this one man was saying they quit their job, they sold their house, they just gonna be free. And he said, don't you think I'll be taken care of? He said, I've been taken care of all these years. Why would I stop being taken care of now? You think a job was taking care of me? That's what he said to me. And then he gave me a $20 tip. Like, you think the job is taking care of me? No. He lived in a gated community and was selling his house.
This man was living the course. This man is living the course.
Yes, he and his wife.
Living the
and they was taking their young adult children with the, you imagine a whole family walking off the jobs?
Yes. I can't imagine it.
With young wives, adult sons with young wives, young marriages, they're just walking off.
Yes.
He said, it's time to live in the spirit. I was like, huh? He said, yeah, and I'm doing a church. I said, well, wonderful. He said, the church don't have no walls. I'm in church right now with you. And then we're going to go other places. We're just going to go around. And then I said, oh, okay. He said, a lot of people think we're crazy. They think we're smoking, but we've just now got our minds. I was like, oh, wow. And he said, we'll be taken care of. Then I went to another person. They was, they're leaving, they're talking about my neighbor, young lady, young girl. She said she's getting an RV, putting homeschooling her kids. She's gonna get out, she's gonna stop the lease and go around. I'm like, what? I was meeting all these people, and they were just doing their own thing. So, but thank you for that judgment thing. I don't judge people in my mind anymore. It's one thing not to talk. Dr. G would talk about that. When I said I was quiet, she said, yeah, but you was talking in your mind. I'll never forget that. So, so I don't talk about people in my mind like that. And thank you for that, Kaisi. Tell us about, we make up things about people. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
You know, Alana, the first place my mind went when you said that it was alcohol early in the morning, I was like, it sounded like a witch to me. She probably making offerings to this one or that one or the other, and they have different alcohols. Like you can't do rum with certain deities. Some have rum, some have vodka, some have. And when you're with all these priestesses and all these people, they know exactly what, you know, in voodoo, they might have the rum for this, they have something else for this. I'm not saying in voodoo they have rum. I'm just giving you an example that, and they know who takes what. When we had them mojo bags, we had all of them. You got rum, you got something white, you got something brown, because these only take the white liquor, these only take the brown liquor. So my mind went to, maybe this person is doing rituals with all this alcohol. So it could be, we don't know what it could be. We don't know what it could be. I do not know what anything is for.
You're right. We don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, and I had a rituals with the alcohol.
Oh, child, you're gonna find out in a minute, because when you come to the mystery school retreat, you're gonna find out in a minute. You in the temple, you're in the mystery school. You'll find out. Give it a minute. This is only month 3. We got 12 months. This is only month 3. You'll find out.
Okay.
Yes, Tenelsia, for sure. Who's next? We wrapping up.
Good morning, everybody. This is Dia.
Hey, Dia.
I raised my hand because I have to give my disclaimer right now. When y'all start talking about Dr. E.C. being the oracle, I want you to know I had already planned on coming to the convention and being the oracle. I had been talking to my mama last week, getting together about my costume and having somebody make my costume because we was going with the original Matrix. And I told her I had been looking for that orange apron and blah, blah, blah. So just so you know, I'm coming just because of this conversation today. I had already made my plan. That's my disclaimer.
And I better see you with a plate of cookies in your hand. Want a cookie?
That's what I thought. I've been studying. I've been doing my method acting studying the whole time. So I'm getting ready.
I hope somebody comes as that little kid that was bending spoons in the Matrix house. Because people think Trinity, Neo, how many?
I want to be out the box.
That's exactly how many people are in the Matrix. Go watch the first Matrix. We're not talking about revolutions. We're not talking about resurrections. We're not talking about remix. We talking about reloaded. We talking about the original Matrix. Go watch it. And whoever resonates for you, that's what you need to walk out. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's definitely who resonated with me, and I was surprised by it because immediately when you gave that theme, of course I thought about the second one with Jada Pinkett because I like to wear my hair like that. Mm-hmm. But when you said the original, I was like, oh, I got to go back and find somebody else because everybody gonna come with a black costume on.
And nobody's going to come in with an apron being the oracle. And that version of the oracle, right? That version of the oracle that was in the kitchen, that very first one. Yeah. Because everybody want to be Morpheus. Yeah.
So, and then my other thing, just a quick note to Denelcia, if she's interested in that cricket, it's not spelled like the animal cricket. It's called cricket, CRICUT, as in cutting machine. And so if you go to their website, cricket.com, CRICUT.com, you'll see the beautiful display of the magnificence of that machine. And so that's why what I love about Harmony, because she's doing what I always wanted to do ever since I was in my teens, but I always never made a point to save up for the cricket back then. So now that I am in my creative space, that's one of my goals. Like I was telling you all the other day, get all this other stuff off of my mind so that I can free my hands to do what I like to do, which is to create things like what you see on that cricket website. So anyway, then my other thing, go ahead. I just said thank you. Oh, you're welcome.
It is amazing because we're on the website right now. That is amazing, Dia. Continue.
Yes, that's one of my things I like to do, crafts, ever since I was a little kid, and that machine has been coveted by me for over half of my life, and I keep asking myself, well, why do you still have it about you, boy? So we'll fix that in the day ahead. Anyway, but and then my other thing, I don't know why I'm so nervous today, but I really wanted to share because I know that this is a place where I can share something like this, but I feel nervous to share it, and I don't know why. It's unfounded nervousness. Maybe it's just excited energy. But what I wanted to share was I had two cats, and they're both the tuxedo cats, the black and white cats. And in 2020, I had to let go of my second cat, my beloved. She, her lung collapsed, and so we had an agreement that she would let go of that body and be able to come back whenever she felt like, in whatever way she felt like. And so I gave her back to spirit. Now she came to me years ago as, like, everybody has seen the movie Beloved, and you know how that character Beloved just came out seemingly out of nowhere, and you know the story about it. So that was how my second cat basically came to me. She had been coming around my aunt's house, my aunt who is celebrating her 70th birthday in Saturday. She had been coming around her house, and they thought it was my first cat that had gotten loose or something. And my cousins had been feeding it while they were in high school. And when they left, they felt bad about it, and they didn't want it to, be untaken care of, because my aunt made it clear that she wasn't going to continue to feed the cat. And so I ended up taking the cat in, and it was a little tussle between the two of them initially, and they always were what I would consider frenemies. And but when we had to let her go, it was very heartbreaking. And so at the same time, I knew that it was something that had to be done, because I would see her looking out the window, and I knew in my spirit, I felt that her desire was to be free, not away from me, but just to be back outside where she came from, to be able to be free. But I felt like I had her in the house for so long, because it had been 10 years that she was with us, and my other cat I've had for 11 years. And I was afraid to let her go back out because I felt like she might have lost her street sense, so to speak, and that I felt like I would be endangering her more to let her go like that. So when it came that a health condition arose for her to leave, and it was about her lung collapsing, and it said to me that she had a feeling of not being able to breathe, being suffocated, and not being able to be outside and be free. So I said all that to say that I have believed in reincarnation since I was little. My mom always tells people the story that when I was 4 years old, I told her that I had been reincarnated, and that I was, I told her about one of my past lives and whatever. So I chuckle when you always say that you're not a black woman, because I've all my life told people I'm not a black woman. And I don't, when you check the box on ethnicity and stuff, I always check 2 or more. Because I know that I'm not a black woman.
Just to confuse them, check Black and Asian, just to confuse them.
And so I said all that to say that in the last week, in looking out that back window over my yard, when I came home one night, I do deliveries like Alana was talking about, and when I came home one night, a little black and white cat scurried past me in the darkness. And I knew in my spirit who it was, but I didn't see. So I was like, okay, maybe I'm just, in one of those moods, and I left it at that. And then a few days later, looking out over my backyard, I saw the cat sitting in my backyard playing around with some leaves and stuff like my other cat used to do. And so I was like, oh, wow, that looks like Chaco. And I was like, I wonder. But I was like, no, it's probably just a black cat. I could only see her from the top, and they're white under the bottom. So in the days following, I just sent a message to my dad, and I said, guess who's back? And I said, Chaco's back. And he was like, from the dead? And I said, yeah. He was like, wow, and I was like, only my dad would understand me, right? And so I didn't say anything else, but I said a prayer that if it was really her, let her not be afraid to come close. So yesterday I had my synchronistic moment. I went out to let my other cat back in from the patio, and she's sitting out there, and she's sitting really close, but not close enough for me to see exactly. And so I had my phone trying to take pictures without scaring her off. And when I stepped out of the door and she saw me and my other cat looking at the window, she got up and she walked over to us. And I took pictures of all of it, and she has the same color eyes, the same pattern, everything. And I was like, the mere fact that she walked over to us and wasn't scared and didn't go on hissing and howling like cats usually do when they meet another cat that they don't know. She walked up to the window, and my cat that's in here, I call her kitty cat, she got scared like she used to get scared of Chaco. And she tucked her tail and turned and went back in the house just as if like, oh, she's back. I thought I got rid of her.
Wow.
And I just had to laugh. I was like, I know that that's her. And I just said, welcome back, Chaco. Welcome home. Glad to see you. And I knew in my spirit that that's what it was. And when I talked to my mom about it later, she asked me she was like, well, how do you know it's her? It could be the neighbor's cat, blah, 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 blah. And I said, Mama, it's not. There's Chaco and blah, blah, blah. And so I said to her, Mama, of all the yards in all the neighborhoods, this cat came back to my yard. So if you think that that's not Chaco, That's free for you to think. But I believe in my heart that that's her. And she's right back where she was. And I always said, my prayer when I sat with her that last day was, Lord, if I had to do this all over again, I would just I would love her from afar, let her be free, but let her know that she's always welcome here. And that's what I did. That's what I said to the cat. And I just felt at peace because I from 2020 till now, I just felt bad the way things went because I saw that it was a situation where it showed me how I look over things. Like I just go on and something could be really in a bad state, but I go in, I just keep coming in and out, working, and not really paying attention to things that I need to take care of. And I let them fester and really until it just falls apart or blows up and the house floods and things like that. And so I felt like that was my lesson that I had to learn. And since that time, I have also learned that the animals that I care for so deeply, the Lord takes care of them the way that He takes care of me. And just like all the other cats in the neighborhood that are roaming around free, she can take care of herself the same way she did before I took her in. And so I was at peace with that. And I just said, like I told my mom, I said, I love her from afar, and that's that. And I just enjoyed the fact that the cat came back. That, like the book, there's a book titled "The Cat Came Back" and things like that. And I just keep saying that in my head and laughing about it, and just being at peace because I felt like the Lord knew that I needed that just to give me peace and closure to say that life goes on and life keeps recycling. So that was what I wanted to share about all of that. And I thank you all for listening. I'm complete.
Delicious. Have you ever seen that movie called what is the name of this? No.
Because my mama got scared that she was thinking about that movie. She was like, but don't mess with it.
No.
It's not church, mama. She's not gonna turn crazy.
It's a movie. It's actually a movie about incarnation. I don't remember the exact name of it in this moment. It was set in India. I think it's a cross-continental movie because I think it's set in India and in America. And this movie is a story of reincarnation that will blow your mind. It is an incredible movie. I'm going to see if I can find the name of it. It's I something, EYE.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Passage to India. Okay.
Oh, no. It's something about I something, the I something. I don't have the full name for it, but I'll look for it. And it talks about reincarnation, and it is astounding. So I'm going to see if I can find it. When I do find it, I will put it in the notes in the description box below this video on YouTube. Okay? Because once it goes public and published on Clubhouse, it does not appear that Clubhouse allows us to do any editing to the information connected to the recording on Clubhouse, and the Christian Witches Club is where we are. It just almost came to me. I watched it years ago and I still remember it. Who's last? Somebody's last at completing our discussion for today. Okay, they fell off stage, so it looks like
It was Max Tucci.
Max. How you love Max? Max, did you hear me talking about you earlier? That is so amazing that you're on stage today. Max, when are you gonna come be on screen with me? Because people need to see your gorgeous self.
I thank you for that. The moment you were talking about male energy is when I had just come on.
Oh, you came in during that because I talked about you earlier, Max. Oh my God.
I felt you calling. And here's the reality. I've been MIA because I've been doing like vocal rest, which is very difficult for me. I've been doing vocal rest and trying to just keep a minute away from, all things electronic. Because, I'm editing this book and we're in final stages and I really wanted to just focus on that. But in the focusing of that, there was like such a beautiful revelation of I just need to be still and know. But I want to testify to the male energy and how you acknowledge it. Whenever I'm in your presence or with people that you chill with, vibe with, hang with, I always feel acknowledged. I always feel that my masculine energy is being honored. And so I wanted to thank you for that because it's so true. Even with men and men, and I'm not talking about gay relationship, male friends, we forget sometimes to call our male friends, to check in on them. How are you? There's this really, there's a notion that men have it always all together. And so it's beautiful when anyone, man, woman, can come in and say, how are you to another man? There's a brilliance to it. So I thank you for always acknowledging the male energy. And I love the male energy. And what I know, just like the female energy, without the male energy and without the female energy, there would be no us. It's a beautiful co-creation when the two come together and then we are born. So it takes two to tango, two energies to collide, to create. So thank you for always acknowledging the male energy when you do. I appreciate you.
I love you, Max. Thank you so much for coming in and bringing the male energy because we must have it. We must have all energies present. All. I always say sisters, brothers, and others. All. The whole. The all.
Here's what I know for sure. All energies are always present. It's just we need to acknowledge them. And my voice is very deep today. I'm just waking up. I'm like, what is this male energy voice coming through to me?
I like it.
Last night we were on the beach. With the moon was like, the full moon is just like peaking. So we were on the beach last night and literally fell asleep on the beach for 2 hours or something. So it was just a beautiful night. But I just wanted to acknowledge as well in this time and space that today is my mother's birthday. So
Mama G, it's Mama G's birthday.
Mama G's birthday. And I bring that here because I see so many beautiful women. And I just want to say thank you to all the women and to my mother. I know that the beautiful women in here can send some beautiful energy to her. So my mother today is celebrating her birthday. I'm grateful for her. I'm grateful for this time and space. Valerie, love, Reverend Love. Again, I have to acknowledge you and your commitment to this space. 76 lessons, which means 76 days you said yes to being present, to delivering A Course in Miracles, to being consistent. So thank you for being the person, the beautiful woman that stands as a leader in this group and that says yes every morning when you could be doing a million other things. Because like me, if we didn't have skin, we would be everywhere. So thank you for always saying yes to this commitment that you made. I love you.
I love you, Max. And everyone, if you don't know who Max Tucci is, you must follow him at Max Tucci.
At Max Tucci.
Everywhere, because Max is an Emmy-winning it's even beyond podcaster. It's a show that was it was even before podcast, wasn't it? An incredible show, Max and Friends, where he interviews incredible people. And not every show host is really good at doing that. There is an artistry to that, isn't there, Max? There's an artistry to what you do. I've noticed a lot of different
experiences. I think it's a calling. But I like to look at interviews as a dance. Sometimes the masculine has to lead, and sometimes the feminine has to lead, and sometimes the others have to lead. So for me, it's always a beautiful tango. And it's just really doing a beautiful dance and letting the guest be seen. We all have that that notion, do you see me? Do you hear me? Do I matter? The validation. So all are welcome at my table. And when all are welcome at my table, what I do is I validate them. And when someone feels validated, they give their all. Ooh. So this moment and this afternoon, if you see somebody, tell them that you see them, that you hear them, that they matter. Validate them and watch the energy shift. And you will see how beautiful when people are being acknowledged, how they feel that they can do anything and conquer the world. So I would love to see all of us encourage each other more, validate each other more, just so that we can all rise together and we can take our glory and run. So for all that are here right now who don't feel seen, who don't feel heard, who don't feel acknowledged, know this, and I say it from the core of my soul, from the depths of my heart, I see you, I hear you, and you matter, and I love you.
Delicious. That wraps us up for today. We're ready for our Galactic Signature. I did find the movie. While Matt spoke, he triggered something for me. The movie is called I Origins, and I just noticed that it is on Netflix, and it says, on the brink of a profound discovery, a molecular biologist has a chance encounter with a young woman who's the only one who can prove his theory. Their connection ends up transforming both their lives as well as the direction of his of his research. That it is a mind twister of the highest order. I Origins tells the story of a molecular biologist, Ian, played by Michael Pitt, who studies the iris of the eye, a part that is unique for every individual. So he actually could prove reincarnation. It's astounding in the movie. It's astounding. He set out for something else, and he found what he was supposed to find all along. It's astonishing.
Reverend Val, is that I as in EYE or I as in the person?
I as in the letter I. The letter okay. I, Origins. And it's interesting because sometimes the way it's written out, it's I Origins, but sometimes on some of the, marketing for it, you will see a pair of eyes. So it's a play on I. So it's the origins of I, and it's connected to an I. It's really profound. Watch it and see what happens. Oh my goodness. It's like it said, it's a mind bender. It's a mind twister. Okay, we ready for our Galactic Signature for the day? Who has it?
Yes, I have it, and it's actually my Galactic Signature. So I'm so
happy Galactic Signature birthday day.
We are in Kin 198, White Electric Mirror. I activate in order to reflect. Bonding order. I seal the matrix of endlessness with the electric tone of service. I am guided by the power of spirit. I activate in order to reflect. Bonding order. I seal the matrix of endlessness with the electric tone of service. I am guided by the power of spirit. I activate in order to reflect. Bonding order. I seal the matrix of endlessness with the electric tone of service. I am guided by the power of spirit. White electric mirror.
You were on the electric tone?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow, that explains a lot.
It sure does. It absolutely explains a lot.
How you're so electrifying. I always remember the white mirror part. I didn't always remember that your tone. You were on the electric tone. Wow.
Yes, the electric tone of service.
Of service.
Absolutely.
Wow. Okay.
That is me.
Very profound.
My pleasure to bring that to you today. Love it.
Love it, love it, love it. So this is your Galactic Signature Day. Woohoo! Yay!
For all the energy, yes. And yes. I'm going to spread it around to all.
Love it, love it, love it. And The last thing that I want to share is tonight, if you are in Ascension, you received a text the other day on Tuesday that we are having a special Zoom tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. All our Ascension peeps, it's in the Discord as well. We got hot announcements for Ascension. If you are not in Ascension yet, you want to go to valerielove.com, and right on the first page of valerielove.com is Ascension, pardon me, Ascension, and you want to be in that Zoom tonight. If you register for Ascension today, you can be in that Zoom tonight, even if you haven't been in Ascension yet, because once you register for Ascension and you enter the course, it is right in Unit 1 in the course, how to connect to tonight's Zoom. It's in Unit 1, Lesson 10 of the Ascension course. If you are in Ascension, no one can give you the info. You have to log into your course portal and get it yourself. Yes, you got to find your email. You got to get into the course. This is how we do. This is how we do. You must log into the course. No one can give it to you. Don't get in Discord saying, hey, who has the link for tonight? No, 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 no. That's not how we do it in Ascension. You know how we do in Ascension. Each person is responsible for their own learning. You go and you find it, and you go and you initiate your own learning, and you are there of your own accord. And we keep the integrity of the program. If someone asks you, hey, send me the link, you say, well, I can't do that. I don't care if it's your best friend, that we are being accountable to the integrity of this program, and we are helping each one ascend. You can't be in Ascension and be little. How you gonna be in Ascension and ask, I can't find how to do this? That's not. Why are you laughing, G? Well, tell them why you're laughing.
Who do you say you are? It always goes back to that. Who do you say you are?
Well, I know for a fact you cannot ask Dr. Jiwa any questions like this. Ask no questions. That's one of her mantras. We don't ask any questions. We just observe and fall in line. So that's what's called mastery. And if you're not able to do those things, you will have a difficult time with this course and everything we're learning. Follow directions. You can read. Take the step that's in front of you. Don't worry about 10 steps ahead of you, which I used to do. Rev says take the step in front of you. Log on to your portal. Simple. I love it.
But somebody is going to want to try to make it, some aspect of my mind is going to want to try to make it confusing when it's not. I got to say something too about this whole asking questions. Me and Harmony were having a conversation about this incredible travel influencer. She facilitates travel for, she calls it high performing women. We both are connected with her on travel on Clubhouse. Because when she told me about her, I said, this sounds familiar. And then I went and Harmony told me her bio, and I went to her bio and I was already following her. So I connected with her, and I don't know what the name of her travel thing is. Harmony, you can jump in anytime if you can. I don't know if you're able to speak. Well, this sister does events, retreats around the world that are like high-end events, and they're mystery events. You don't know where you're going. She does the packing list of what you need to take. She does the climate. She tells you the weather. And she tells you one other thing I think she tells you. I think she tells you the climate. She gives you a packing list, and she tells you what time to be at the airport. You get to the airport with your luggage. Then you find out where you're going. I know some people that couldn't even do that. Couldn't do it. Because they got to ask a question about where you're going to stay 2 months. I see people asking questions 2 months in advance about where you're going to stay at the Christian Witches Convention. I'm like, wow, this is very fascinating. This is very
Well, I
fascinating.
know what Dr. G was. She'll tell you the time to be at the airport, which airport, and that is it. You better not ask any more questions.
These questions, they're not the
No, you
move.
cannot. You get the time, it's supposed to be the time and day and the airport, and that's it. You just better be there. I love it. It's mastery.
Operate on a different level, family. Why do you need to know the hotel room for 2 months from now? I couldn't find a reason for that. Can someone tell me? I don't know anyone on stage. Maybe someone can tell me. Could anyone tell me why you would need to know that information? Anyone? Where you're going to sleep 2 months from now?
From right now.
Say that again.
When I book through things like Expedia or Bunny Hopper or wherever I'm gonna book through, I can make sure that I can do my airplane and my hotel at the same time.
Well, then you're not on the God plan. You're on the ego plan for salvation that is attacking God's plan. Because did God tell you to do that? God never told me to do that. That's something I made up in my mind. We made that up, family. We made that up. I have to get my airfare and I have to get my hotel together. It's fear. We don't think we're going to be taken care of. We don't think we're going to be able to afford it. It's some fear or like a limitation. When I was doing it, I needed to know in advance because I had to get everything together and I had to figure out how much it was going to cost and I had to put it into my budget and had to figure out if I could even do it. And I go all over the world. I went to Bali and on my way to the airport, how many was saying, where are you going to stay, Rev? I don't know. When I get off the plane, Spirit's going to tell me. I didn't know where I was staying. Why would I need to know that? Someone tell me why you need to have that information. For what purpose? Anyone tell me.
Valerie Love, you know what it's all about. Patterns and pathologies until we disrupt them. We were told that's what we need. You raise travel, but I observe your travel now. And what I love about your travel now is that there is a word that I call gyp set, which is the gypsy jet setter.
Ooh.
It's a book. It's a friend of mine who wrote the book and who coined the phrase. And a gyp setter is somebody who just goes. And no matter where they're going to be in luxury. To the point where when she goes to Tulum, she's in a tent and the tent has a baccarat chandelier.
I love it.
Because everything already exists and where we're going to rest our head is already there. Trust the process. Let it unfold naturally. Enjoy the experience and disrupt the patterns and pathologies of how you were taught to travel. The world is your oyster.
Ooh, what is the name of that book? I'm buying it today.
It's called Gyp Set. Gyp Set, like gypsy and jet setter. Gyp Set.
Oh my goodness. I'm seeing all these gyp set things. I cannot even believe that this is even a thing. This is my life.
And for years, Val, you know, when people are saying, how do you identify as a traveler and as, you know, a bon vivant is the fun that he called me, the good life. I said, I don't know. You know, I love to travel. I love luxury, but I also love, like, you know, grit. And so when Julia Chapman came out with the first book, Gyp Set, it was like the aha moment of I am the gyp setter. I've always wanted to join the circus. I love the gypsy lifestyle, but I love luxury too, and I love all of it combined. And when the coined phrase gyp set came onto the scene, I was like, that is so me. I would love to stay on a tent on the beach, and if you have some Persian rugs and a baccarat chandelier and white glove waiter serving it, call me. I'll be there.
You just described like my dream perfect dinner on the beach. I mean, my God.
Hello. You know, birds of a feather, we've got some good ones. Yes. You know, and here's the beauty of travel. If you can see it in your mind, you can create it in your reality. Don't be held hostage to what the internet is offering. Because when you arrive where you're supposed to be, the source, the universe, God, will raise you to a place that you can't even find on the internet. And I know for sure that Reverend Love has been in those positions where when you just show up, everything unfolds and your mind will go into these unbelievable places. And remember, if you can see it in your mind, you can create it in your reality. And if you have those dreams of these places, you have designed these places, someone has designed these places, they're out there. And what you're looking for is looking for you. So have fun, explore, and be a little, let the patterns and pathologies of how we were taught to travel. I was taught to travel at a young age. You have to wear a suit. You have to do this. And I love that. You have to be prepared and always bring a gift on the plane. When I bring a gift on the plane to the flight attendants, it changes my whole experience. I'm acknowledging them and now they're acknowledging me as a passenger. So there's, those are some beautiful traditions that we have. But the notion of going online and the way systems, I've spoken about systems before, the way that systems are created are to confuse you. The system of car, hotel, and airfare all at once. It looks good, it sounds good, but it's easy. I know that I love when Reverend Ian Levinstan says, we've got to do our work. Don't let the internet do your work. Do your work by being open and flexible to the exploration of this world. And that is something I admire about you, Reverend Love, because you really enjoy every moment, every destination, because it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. And you let that journey unfold naturally. I observe that in you, I admire that in you, and I love that about you. I'm complete. Enjoy this world. It's ours to explore.
Max, you just changed the whole game for me. You gave me Jip said, I'm in heaven right now. My mouth is hanging open. Like this is exactly this is my penguin song. Like this is my song of my soul.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm looking at the site too. It's amazing.
We would know that this would be a friend of Max. We would know that Max would know this person. We would just know that.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're not going to, I was never going to be this bumming around backpack on my back person. I was just not called to be a backpacker kind of person. Like I do have one backpack. I got it from China, that really cute backpack that they wanted, that everyone wanted. Remember, G?
Yeah.
Everybody was trying to that backpack. It has this beautiful array of Black women on it. It's so beautiful. African women carrying things on their heads. It's so beautiful. I have always known that luxury was an inextricable aspect of the adventure. I wasn't one of these adventurers that was just going to be roughing it without some chamomile tea and a massage and some comfy down covers or something. I don't know. I wanted, can we get it all together? She just smashed it together. Jip said, gypsy jet setter. Jip said. Now that's brilliant.
Reverend Love, there's one thing, I have a home in Italy. And when I observe travelers in Italy, and I see them with the roller bags clinking down the cobblestone streets, it gives my teeth jitters. Because to me, that's not travel. It's being a slave to a travel agency. And to pulling your bags down streets aren't supposed to have bags pulled down. That's not travel. There's an illusion and there is a mirage of what travel looks like for so many, and it's beautifully packaged in the catalog, and then when you get there, you read the reviews, it's not what the catalog portrayed because that's someone else's vision, it's not yours. So when you travel, have a vision of exactly what it is you want. Really daydream it into reality. And and I love about luxury, because what we think is unattainable luxury in this country, so many countries offer luxury at such affordable, and I say affordable not in the sense to put a monetary value on it, but affordable in a way where that's really what luxury is. Luxury is affordable. We've just inflated the price on it and made it monetary instead of just making it exploratory and making it something that we need to experience. And that's why I love when I call it cheap luxury, in the sense where It is so over the top and so accessible because it hasn't been inflated. And it's out there waiting for you to explore. And I only use these words as cheap and affordable because not everyone is at the frequency to understand that luxury is a state that we all deserve and have the right to be in. We need to link up with it. We need to get on that, you know, that song, when the train falls off the truck, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick yourself up, put yourself back on that luxury track. And let me tell you, talk about luxury tracks and the trains. There's the beautiful Orient Express. My goodness. It's all out there. Just line up with it. Have no fear. The Bible says, fear not. Fear, if we break down the word, is false evidence appearing real. Where are you collecting your evidence from? I'm complete.
Come on.
I
Come
love
on,
it.
Dr. Jiwa. What did you have to say about that? Max, you know, Dr. Jiwa is with us today on YouTube as well. What do you have to say about that?
Ooh. Well, you know, in the Course in Miracles, there's a lesson that says, a healed mind does not plan.
A healed mind does not plan.
And so, you know, that whole idea of just letting spirit guide you, and, you know, it's basically the Course in action. You willing with God. My will is God's will. You know, I know that you are going to provide me the highest and best. And anything that I imagine is minuscule compared to what you have in store for me. You know, I'm have my wish list, and I'm facing in a corner with my wish list, and that's all I can see. When behind me is everything at my disposal, if I would just turn around and allow. So yeah, I mean, I love it. Absolutely love it.
You know what's fascinating too is that when I let go of this, oh, I got to plan this a certain amount of months in advance. Oh, I got to get this at this time. When I let go and close my eyes and attune, align, Spirit will tell you the exact moment to go book your airfare for the perfect flight for you, with the perfect layovers, with the perfect people near you, or if you're in first class or business class or wherever you are. It will be perfect. I'm not talking about Spirit Airlines. I'm talking about Spirit. I'm talking about Source. just to make the distinction here. Source will give the universe love. Let's call it love. Love will give you the exact. I cannot tell you. It takes over everything, and it sees to every detail, and it puts you in the perfect accommodations. Y'all see these accommodations that I show up to. All I do is show up. Never been to the place before in my life. Spirit says, just go. You feel the unction to just go this way. You go that way. Oh, come right this way. They give me the best room in the place. The pool is right outside my door. I mean, did y'all see these places where I was staying in Cancun and Isla Mujeres, Playa del Carmen? I mean, it was fabulous. It was a huge 2-bedroom apartment. I didn't even have room to sleep. Mind you, for the same price, some people were paying to stay in a hotel that was 362 square feet. I had a great big, I could choose which bed I wanted to sleep in. I think I'll sleep in this king bed tonight. I think I'll sleep in this queen bed. I was in this big, beautiful, lovely apartment in Mexico City. Like, what? Don't you think Spirit knows what you love? Don't you think the universe knows you and is taking you somewhere fabulous? We don't even believe the universe knows that, so it loves us. Oh, the universe loves me. It's taking me somewhere fabulous. I don't need to know what or where or who until it's time for me. I live on a need to know basis. When there's something that you need to know, they'll tell you. Spirit will tell you. It'll say, go now. You'll hear the whisper. You'll hear the voice for God. The intuitive nudge, call Max, or look up orbits now, or go here.
Can I share a story about Paris? For my 50th birthday, which was a while ago, I went to Paris with a group of friends, and we stayed at this apartment. But we had no plans, and everybody in my group, you know, knew about how we roll. You know, don't ask about an itinerary; there is none. We get up and we go and we just start walking, and we go and do whatever we want to do. And we may have an idea of the things that we want to do, but if it happens that day, it happens that day. If it doesn't, it'll happen another day. And you talk about a magical experience. People are still talking about that trip. I mean, we would walk into restaurants, empty restaurants, and the guys would, or the waiters would serve us, and then by the time we left the restaurant, it was bustling and full of people, and and the guy's like, this is usually our slow day. I mean, we just brought the energy wherever we went. We brought the party wherever we went. And when we got to Paris that night, the first night we were there, all the restaurants were closed except the bars. And we walked into this bar and we asked, are you serving food? And the bartender said, no, but hold on for a minute. I think I can help you.
And that's not usual Parisians, because Parisians are not the most helpful people in the world.
Right. And so I'm like, okay. And so he brought out this wonderful cheese board with all the, now we're in France, okay? So the cheese is awesome. Cheese board with wonderful bread, wonderful olives, and all these different kinds of spreads. And we're like, and sardines. It was the best meal, one of the best meals I've ever had, just because of how it was put together and then the energy of the place. It was just one of those experiences where like, oh my God, this is what it's like to be taken care of. This is what it's like. Not to worry, you're just going to be taken care of. And so after that experience, my planning is not one of my things. So when I tell people in my group or in my class, don't ask me any questions, and they think I'm joking about it. Don't ask me any questions about what and where and all that kind of, because it's I don't know. I don't know. So why are you asking me?
And I'll find out what I need to know. And until then, I'm going to sip on this delicious watermelon juice and look at the sunrise. What's wrong with that? But you're always running to the next minute.
Yeah. I mean, leisurely, that Paris trip, I mean, like I said, like one of those things, just going into stores. We walked into this one place where the man, well, no, we didn't even know at the time. We walked into this place, and there are people behind these desks making jewelry, making beautiful, custom, high-end jewelry. And they had stuff on display, and we're looking through the things and everything else. And then there's this gentleman who comes out and, talks to us about, the different things and shows us various things. We didn't realize at the time that this guy's like one of the highest end jewelry makers in France. Okay. And that he just offered us stuff that normally you don't get. I mean, it's like high end. And it was just like, and it was him, the maker of the jewelry, the guy who originated the jewelry we're talking to, just like nothing. I mean, yeah. So that's just an example of what can happen. You never know what's going to happen. You never know what's going to happen until you allow it to happen.
Reverend Love, that's exactly this room.
Every morning.
My grandmother Letty used to tell me, when we plan, God laughs. When we plan, God laughs. I want to quickly share a story with you. I know we all have places to be and things to do, but for those that can hang around for a moment, I appreciate you. I went to Jamaica for my friend Dr. Grace's wedding. We stayed at the Half Moon Resort. When we arrived, and Valerie, love, I love how you notice how I roll when I walk into places.
I just have to say a word about that for a minute. Everywhere Max goes, oh yes, come right this way. literally, kid you not, he just walks in like he owns the place. Not prideful, please, not prideful. Like I'm supposed to be here, and the Max Tucci aura is just enveloping everyone. And we just walk to any restaurant we want, and oh yes, here, and then here's a table, and here's this, and here's that, and right away, and yes, that's how Max flows. It's not putting on. It's not trying to be something. And it's very natural. It's a flow. I had to say that, Max. Continue.
I appreciate that. It's not about errors. You know, I grew up in, my father and my grandfather owned Delmonico's restaurant, which was America's first fine dining restaurant founded by the Delmonico brothers in 1827. It was the restaurant in New York that brought tablecloths to the table. It was the restaurant that first had the menu. It was the restaurant that created famous dishes. My grandfather created the wedge salad. So for me, growing up, it was always the best, and it was always service, and it was hospitality, and it was all a welcome at my table. So I carried that energy of my ancestors into spaces that I go, because all that were welcome at my grandfather's table, I carry. And if I'm going into someone's restaurant, they feel that I'm welcomed at their table, and it might not be the table that they think they're going to seat me at, but then they actually do seat me at, because that energy I let go forth before me. And I say that because when we went to the Half Moon Resort in Jamaica, we arrived, and they had given us a lovely space. And I walked in this space, and I was there with my mother and my friend Saina, and I said, you know, I'm not feeling this. And so I walked right back to the hotel. I said, hi. And they said, yes, you're in Villa 7. I said, Villa 7 is not my villa. And they said, I'm sorry. I said, oh yes. I said, I don't know where the mistake happened, but I do hope that you escort me to the villa that's waiting for me. And I said it because I remember it exactly in the sense of that. And the villa that they brought us to, and the apologies that they had made, we are so sorry, Mr. Tucci. Oh no, it's not about being sorry. I just need to be in the space that feels right for me. And so it was the most incredible spot. But I say that because of this. Don't accept what people give you. If it's in your spirit, and your spirit says, there's more out there, that more out there is waiting for you. And so that's always kind of been my way that I roll, where not an expectation, but an excitement to know that all is supplied. Everything that I desire is already there, waiting for me. And again, the illusion and the mirage of the question is, if I booked Villa 7, that's what I had, but I knew there was a villa that was waiting for me. So sometimes it's not about asking the questions. It's about saying, my space doesn't feel well with my soul, and I would like to sleep tonight in peace. So to ask questions about what's the best thing, what's the best that might be the best for the person that you're on the phone with or the travel agent. It might not be the best for you. So go with an open heart and know that all that is ready to supply you with all that is, and enjoy the journey. I love you, Valerie, love. And I would love to go on can you imagine all of us in France together?
Oh my God, we'd have to phone ahead and let them know that the energy is coming. The love energy is coming.
Send us a call and be ready. And you know, Val, we've got to plan a trip. A couple of things. I know that we say this, not plan, but just let it all unfold. We have to let it unfold. North Salem, and also I want to Boulder, Colorado, but I really do want to throw Italy on the list of
Oh my goodness, I cannot believe you said Italy. Harmony and I were talking about that the other day. Yes, yes, and yes.
Cinque Terre.
So you know I have a house there. I think you knew that. And so we we'll leave it to unfold naturally and what will happen. But you know I'm available. And I'm a phone call away. So whenever spirit talks, know that just ring me up and we will continue the conversation. With that said, I love you all in this time and space and in this room right now. See it in your mind, you can create in reality. Dream big and then dream bigger. I love you.
Ashe. Lastly, when we look at, a healed mind does not plan, What does that mean in practical terms? Because you may say, well, Reverend Val, you have Dubai planned. We're going to Dubai in April next month, and you can still join us up until 4/4. Go to ValerieLove.com and click on global events. Or you might say, we're going to the Christian Witches Convention in New Orleans, and that's Memorial Day weekend, and that's at ChristianWitches.com. So you may say that we have plans. Here's the distinction. There's a distinction between me making up a plan, hatching a plan in my mind, and me getting on the God plan that already exists. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about you don't know anything that's going to happen in the future. Of course, you know some things, the things you need to know. Okay, I need to know enough to put it on a website and let everyone know, hey, we're having a retreat. Hey, we're going to Dubai. Hey, we're going to Mykonos. Hey, we're going to Zanzibar. Beyond that, if you know you're going to Zanzibar in August, do you need to know anything else until Spirit tells you? I don't need to know anything else at all. The God plan already has it lined up. It's called synchronicity, that you will meet with the right people at the right time for the right results. And it will be magnificent for everyone, because in the God plan, everyone wins. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about just, people think that if you don't have the ego's plan, you have chaos. And that is not true. Well, if I don't plan, everything's just going to be a mess. It's going to go to hell in a handbasket. I can't have that. I have to control everything. No, that's not the case. What are you choosing over the ego plan? You're choosing the God plan that already exists. In the God mind, we're already where we are. And it's lovely, I assure you.
Reverend Love, I love that you just clarified that. I would like to have someone on your team take that clip that you just said and really put that into the atmosphere again. It is something so important for people to know the distinction of. And I'm glad and I'm happy for that clarification. I know there's 21 here now, and there were so many more in the clubhouse earlier. And so really that message in my spirit is resonating to let so many know that they need to hear that. So thank you for that clarification. Clarity, it's a beautiful thing.
It's a beautiful thing. So I will absolutely clip that and share it. Maybe share it, make a nice reel out of it so that it can go viral, or a YouTube short out of it so it can go viral, so that we can let go of our petty little tiny, but I gotta make my hotel room and match my flight. I don't even buy round way trips. How do I know when I'm coming back? I don't know. I don't know where I might go next. Maybe I might go somewhere else next. I don't know. Let go. Yeah.
Where are you right now, Valerie Love?
Well, I am in Mexico at my home right now. I just got here last week.
I know that you were in Florida, but that's what I was doing, like vocal rest and this rest, and then I was like, I don't know if you're still here or not.
No, I'm not. I came back here from Miami, and then I was in New Orleans at the Bitcoin conference. I was in Miami for the event.
I love it.
It was, I mean, not New Orleans. I apologize. Not New Orleans, Las Vegas. I was in Vegas for the Bitcoin conference, and I hopped back to Miami to take care of some things. And I hopped over to Mexico last week. And in the next couple of weeks, I'm hopping to a couple of more spots. One is a secret because it's for a close family member that's being surprised and they don't know, so I can't talk about it. And then after that, we got Dubai in April, and oh my goodness, May, we have the Christian Witches Convention. And in June, in July, we have Istanbul, Cappadocia, Turkey, Istanbul, Mykonos. We're going to see if we can hop over to Greece from there. We had to strike Morocco off of that itinerary because Morocco wants to ask people to be jabbed before they come in. And none of our trips require anyone to be jabbed. It's your choice. Whatever you want to do, it's completely up to your body. So we don't go any places where they make you do it. Yeah, you choose to do whatever you want to do as a divine being. And so you're a sovereign being, so you choose. And then in August to September, we're going to be, so the Mediterranean is what we got for June, July, the Mediterranean excursions. This is all at soulexcursions.world, which you can get to also from ValerieLove.com, click on global events. And then in August, September, we have a Mediterranean excursion, an Indian Ocean excursion. Pardon me, June, July is Mediterranean. Indian Ocean is August, September, July, August to September. August to September, we're going to be in Zanzibar. So we're going to catch the Serengeti right when they have, hopefully we can catch the wildebeest. So we'll have a safari and at the Serengeti. So when you go to Zanzibar, it's right there near part of Zanzibar, right by the water. If you go a little bit, I think it is northwest, then you can get to the Serengeti, because the Serengeti goes through a couple of countries. So you have Kenya there. Last time I was on the Serengeti, I was on the Kenyan side at Masai Mara. So if you go on the other side, then you can, we're going to catch a safari at the Serengeti. If you've never been to the Great Serengeti, what are you waiting for? What is your life without going to the Serengeti? Like, what is your life about? I mean, come on now. And then we're hopping over to Seychelles, which is the next stop in the Indian Ocean, and then Maldives. And then we're ending that one at Sri Lanka. And Sri Lanka will give us, we already have our reservations for this gorgeous place we're staying in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is where we will see the elephants, the elephant gathering. It is the largest elephant gathering in the world that happens every year in Sri Lanka in September, August, September. And it's at the national park, and we're staying near the national park because elephants are, one of my totems is the elephant. And so you will be able to see hundreds of elephants gathered, the babies, the mamas, they all come to this watering spot every year. So you'll be able to, your mind will be blown after the Indian Ocean. And I've always wanted to go to Sri Lanka. And I was at India, but I didn't hop down to Sri Lanka, which is just kind of south of India. So yeah, here we go. Here we go.
May I offer you a wonderful experience in Greece?
Please do.
Look up Variety Cruises.
Variety Cruises. Let me write it down.
And they're a dear friend of mine, Constantine and his family, third generation family owners of small cruise. So it's a boutique cruise, meaning that it's limited amount of people, and because the ships are not these massive ships, you can go in and explore some of the really beautiful ports. And they don't only do Greece, they do the rivers of West Africa, they do Panama Canal. So definitely look up Variety Cruises. I will definitely put you in touch with Constantine so that if you need an itinerary or some form of beautiful transportation on a yacht in Greece, I'm sure we can find a beautiful way to accommodate you. So look up Variety Cruises. And for those that are looking for an experience of really exploring Greece or the rivers of West Africa or the Panama Canal, look up Variety Cruises. I promise you'll be really welcomed, and it's a beautiful family, third generation owned, and it's a wonderful experience. Now, I have to tell you, when they give a pilot their wings, they've been flying. You have a platinum broom. You're crusted with diamonds and gemstones. But I love that you trust and that you get on and you ride, because it's like the magic carpet in Aladdin. And just by you sharing all of these places that the world is accepting you and offering you to visit, makes me just daydream about being on this magic carpet ride. So it's a beautiful, beautiful journey, and thank you for sharing this. But Variety Cruises, if you're looking it up, then I'll put you in touch with Constantine.
Max gave you the demonstration of exactly how this works. Do you see that I knew nothing about that? We're simply having a conversation. We're on the God plan. And Max says, oh, you could have this, or you could go here. And now a whole lot more people know about that. And more people will be going to buy these wonderful things and book these wonderful tours. Do you see how the divine plan unfolds? There's already a plan for your life. Why are you trying to make up an alternate plan that attacks the real plan? It's already a plan. So let me tell you, I'm on the Gypset plan. When you said that, I'm like, that's sign me up. Where do I sign? Where do I sign? And you want to know something so synchronistic about this, Max, because you're such a ball of synchronicity. Do you know the other day, as Harmony and I were having our meeting, as we work together in Soul Excursions, this travel company that we have that we just so love, 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 that the other day we were talking about Greece and the Mediterranean excursion that we're going on, and that we dropped to Morocco because they want to be brand new, and it's okay, we'll pick you up another time, Morocco, right? Well, oh, can you hear me okay? Uh-oh.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay.
No, we're here.
Jiwa, you're muted. Unmute your line. Oh no, I don't hear you, Jiwa.
Can you hear me?
Oh, now I do. Now I hear you.
You know what? I had a call coming in. That problem I had last time.
Okay. Then
I'm gonna go out and come back in.
yeah.
Okay. So what was the question?
We were talking about.
The Mediterranean.
We still have a little bit of.
I can hear now.
We have a little reverb though, but we're about to end. I'm just going to share this piece. That the other day, Harmony and I were talking about, since we're not going to Morocco, that while we're in Greece, should we hop on one of the, could we, not should we, that we could hop on one of these boats. This is literally what we said the other day, Max. We could hop on one of these boats, like hire one of these boats or however you do it, book these boats that take you from Greece over to Italy. And then we could spend like a day or two in Italy or something like that. We literally just said that the other day. And then here you come.
You know what's beautiful about this? The vision that I just had is not just you enjoying this vacation as an exploratory, exploration, but I also see you doing a retreat with Variety Cruises, where you have the whole boat booked with your tribe.
Woo! Come on, Max. Come on. Look. Dr. Jiwa got her thumbs up going like, look. Oh my God, Max. You just blew it open, Max. You just blew it open. Dr. Jiwa had thumbs up on that. Like, what, when are we doing it? Max. Yep. You just blew it wide open, Max. Wide open.
No, I feel it so intense in my core right now that I will, the moment we end this clubhouse, you will receive an email from me with Constantine attached. And yes, it will be quite the journey.
Oh my goodness.
I can't process the words for what I'm seeing because it's just so intense of divinity. So it will be magical for sure. On that, I'm going to love you. I'm going to leave you for now, and I'm going to send you all that email because I want to do it right now. I love you.
Delicious.
All. Have a beautiful afternoon.
Thank you, Max.
And that was the incredible Max Tucci at Max Tucci, Tucci, an incredible show host. And he also won an Emmy. Max is an Emmy award-winning talk show host, and it's called Max and Friends. And he's been on for something like 13 years, and he's interviewed some of the most amazing people on the planet, which I'm so grateful for. Dr. Jiwa, how can folks get a hold of you in your programs? So before we end.
All right, to get a hold of me, you can go to drjiwa.com, drjewa.com. You can click on Start Now, and you can sign up for email list. Then also have my audiobook on the store.drjiwa.com. And I have classes coming up, Thought 180, the Thought 180 program, which is under the Whole Heart Living umbrella, basically teaching you how to do a 180 turn in your thinking in mind training. It's a mind training class, and I'm utilizing the text part of the Course in Miracles to deep dive into your thoughts and in your mind. And so that's coming up. I've discussed it with Val. She gave it the thumbs up. And so I'm putting that together as we speak, and hopefully, by April that will be live.
Wow, you're gonna have it live by next month?
Yep.
Okay. I like how you're doing that, Jiwa. I like that. I like it.
I
All right. I love you, Jiwa. Thank you for
love
being here
you too.
and for being so sharing and so giving. And so, family, no one's paying Dr. Jiwa to be here. So please, by all means, do buy the books, buy the books, buy the books. Jiwa, is your Cash App around anywhere? Do you have Cash App?
Yeah, my Cash App is the $. I'll put it in the chat. $, my first name, JEWA, and then LEA, my last name. That's my Cash App. And then so I have a Patreon site too. You
Oh,
want
yeah,
to go to
thank you.
Patreon.
Would you prefer people if they desire to gift you? What would you desire for them? What form is best for you to gift them to gift you? Dr.
Cash, yeah, Cash App's fine. Also, Bitcoin or cryptocurrency is fine too.
I freaking love getting Bitcoin when they Bitcoin me. Are you on strike, Jiwa?
I am on Stripe.
You're on strike? What's your strike?
You know what? I have to look that up. I don't know it by heart. It's probably my name. It's probably my name.
Okay. Look it up and let us know, and I'll also put it in the description below this vid so that people can, if you are receiving deliciousness, be sure to give, be sure to engage with the products and services of all of our peeps, because this is how we serve the world. So engage with the programs, the products, the services, the retreats, the events that align for you and that are um, resonating with you, resonant with you. And by all means, gift Dr. Jiwa Lee if you really appreciate what she shares, because it's truly a gift and a blessing to have her here, a master best practitioner. I did just get a brand deal, my first brand deal ever for this YouTube channel. And so more information will be coming about that on March 20th, World Astrology Day, which I'm really glad for. So info is coming up about that. Info is coming up about that. So I love you, Jiwa. Love you, family. Everyone on stage, send some love to YouTube, my YouTubers, my love tubers, and Facebookers. Everyone send some love on Clubhouse. You guys, send some love. Send some love. We don't hear you. We don't hear you. Send some love. Have a beautiful day.
Hey, now, real quick, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So, you know how I play. When God says go, you better go. I just sent you the email. So, check it after and get that rolling with Constantine.
Okay, I'm ready. I am ready.
It is so, let me tell you, I can't put into the smile that I have on my face is the words that I have for what I see for you with Variety Cruises.
I love it. And I will bring so many amazing beings onto Variety Cruises along with me.
It's sold out. It's sold out.
Yeah, let me tell you. Oh my goodness. Only the best. Only the best of the best. All right, family. Love you. Have a beautiful day. Peace. 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 Ending our broadcast.